Good morning. I'm only 2 minutes late. I didn't do bad. It's Monday. Hope you get. I am Alternate Juror. Welcome to my channel. I hope you guys had a great weekend. And I see Gabrielle's over there making pancakes. And yes, I would like some with some syrup, please. And good morning, Hamilton. So I found this isn't. I'm trying to time things right because I think that the Adam Montgomery trial is supposed to do jury selection next week. So I don't know if it's going to start next week. They are also supposed to have, the prosecutors are supposed to call like 55 plus witnesses. That's a lot. Because I'm trying to time things because I want to make sure to be able to go back to the trial in Florida with Mr. Tucker should the prosecutors go ahead and try it. I just don't know how long it's going to take the state to call 55 witnesses. That's a lot, right? Yes. So I'm going to keep an eye on that one. If I think they're going to end in time to go, and if Mr. Tucker is going to go back on trial. So he's going back for I think a pretrial on March 7th. And then just going by Sarah Boone, she's May 7th, then May 13th is her trial date. So just kind of guessing around that time that they'll start within a week, I'm guessing. So I just want to make sure that that trial's going to be over in time to go back. We have to finish the Tyrone Tucker trial. Like, we have no choice there. We're committed now. We're invested. We have to finish it. So yeah, that's the plan. That's what I've kind of got going forward. So, you know, if Mr. Mansfield down there in Florida could give me his schedule, that'd be great. And I can give him mine so that he ends things and begins things how I need him to. Right? That'd be perfect. Okay, so the one that I have today, actually I have two. I found two. And they're, this one's older. I had not heard of this one. And the other one, I also had not heard of. So they're shorter. The one that I have got up for today is the McNabb and Bell, it's not versus, McNabb and Bell trial in Georgia. from 2019, I think. They are accused of, seriously, you guys know I have a problem with not being able to say the M word, unaliving their 2-week-old daughter. And they weren't living the greatest lifestyle at the time. There's some illegal substances involved. She claims that she had seen the baby at 5:30-ish, around 5:30 in the morning, went back to bed. Her 2-year-old woke her up around 10 and said the baby was gone. They go search for the baby. They find the baby not far from their mobile home. I know you do, Hamilton. I hate it so much, and I appreciate you guys. I hate it. I just, it just is such a bad way to have to put something that's even, it's horrible what happened, and then you gotta kind of downplay it because you can't say a word. So I hate it. Anyway, these guys went to trial together. So they each have their own defense team, and then there's the state. And I listened to a little bit of it this morning because I wanted to make sure the audio was good, because there's another trial that I was going to do because she shonded her child, her stepdaughter, 10 years old. So she gave her the Shonda Vander Ark treatment. She was representing herself. I thought that was probably going to be really interesting. So I was watching a little bit because I wanted to make sure that things are going to be not too bad and interesting, and the audio is going to be okay. I got through kind of fast, saw the state would call a witness, so I'd fast forward through it to see if she was going to ask any questions. She never asked a question. I was through 2 days, and she never got up and questioned anyone. Not even, I don't remember if it was her husband. I think it was her husband, who had already been convicted for his part. He comes in and testifies against her, and she doesn't ask anything. She just sits there. So I don't know if her plan was to just sit there and then be like, well, I had ineffective counsel. Yes, Hamilton, I'm talking about the Moss trial. And it's so bad. And I thought, well, maybe y'all, was curious to see if she had, what kind of questions do you ask? Well, apparently none, because she didn't ask any in the little bit I saw. So she did get convicted. I did see that. She got the unalive penalty, if you will. And then that date was set, apparently, and came and went. So I don't know. I had to just kind of stop digging around in there at that time and see, because I'm like, well, I'm not going to do this one, so I'll look at it later and see what happened. Well, if she wanted to do a trial for fame, she should have said something. Because sitting over there looking like an idiot, I was just like, ask a question, ask anything. Just say something. You're over there taking notes. I'm watching you write stuff down. And every person that comes up there, no questions, no questions. So I don't know. And you guys are right. I don't know what is wrong with these parents. There's not a shortage of these horrible cases out there, of these horrible things happening to these kids. If you don't want to have kids and you wind up in a situation where you have one, there are so many people out there that would love to have kids that can't. Just do something else other than torture them. And so leave that there. So we're going to do this one. The other one I have is a guy. They were in high school. He is accused of unaliving his girlfriend, who was trying to get away from him. And this was in 21, maybe, because they still had the mask on, like the whole COVID stuff was still going on. They do take the mask off. The audio, from what I've heard, I just listened to opening statements. The state's opening. So the audio sounds good. It sounds interesting. I was very much on the fence this morning of which one to do. But, so I have that back there. If this one kind of doesn't go how we think, then we can switch it up. So, yeah, there's so many people out there that will love a child. And I get the whole CPS thing, like they're iffy sometimes. The foster care system can be iffy. I get it. So I don't know, but there's avenues. There's avenues to take. I think in this case, just from the openings, we're going to hear the avenue that led them down the path that they went was meth. So, yeah, that's what I've got on them. And I saw them get emotional in the courtroom during some of this little bit I was listening to this morning. And I thought, you know what, clear-headed, you probably are really remorseful and you probably really feel bad about what you did. Possibly. I haven't heard the evidence, but seeing them, it's like clear-headed. You're not in there and you don't have all the stuff, the bad stuff in your mind that's clouding your judgment. And now, yeah, I hope you do feel bad. If you did it, I hope you feel awful. I hope you feel that way for the rest of your life. These poor kids are so defensive. A 2-week-old baby? Come on. Like, that's horrible. Yeah, I don't know, because you get into a whole thing there, Hamilton. It's like, I used to think when I was younger, you should have to take a test to see if you could have kids. Like, if you can't pass a simple test to have a child, then don't, but kind of like you have to pass a test to drive a car, but it's just so, you just get into people's rights and privacy. There's just so many things you get into and it's a slippery slope. And I don't know what the answer is. Alrighty, let's go start this. I'm gonna make sure I've got everything turned up. Now I do. I have it ready for opening statements. Oh, I might want to share my screen. I do this all the time. Like, I'm watching it. Can't you guys see it? Alrighty. That's her. That is Cortney Bell. And then her, I don't know that they were married. He's sitting over there with his defense team as well. And let me know how the audio is, please. Once they start saying something.
On September 23rd, 2017, at 9:53 p.m., Caliyah Claire McNabb came into this world weighing 6 pounds and 6 ounces. She was a little premature, but otherwise a healthy baby. The evidence will show that just 14 days later, her father, Christopher Michael McNabb, ended her life so abruptly and with such teeth came through her gums and into
that happens throughout this for a little bit, so it's not me.
Later left out in the woods, wrapped in clothes and a blanket. She was stuffed into a bag. She was put under a log in a hole and left out for strangers to find. The evidence will also show that Cortney Bell was too busy smoking methamphetamine to protect her child. You'll hear that during the 14 days that Caliyah was alive, Cortney and Chris had her maybe 4 or 5 of those days. And during those days, they would drop her off with family members during that time. You'll hear from Megan Sorrells, who is one of her cousins who Caliyah was going back and forth to. The first thing that you'll hear today, or one of the first things that you'll hear today, is a 911 call from October 7th of 2017. And Cortney Bell will say that her baby is gone. You'll hear that the last time that she saw her 14-day-old was at 5 a.m. And when she woke up at 10:30, the child was missing. You'll hear she called her friend Missy, who came and helped her look. You'll also hear that Chris then runs into the woods. He runs into the woods to look for his 14-day-old baby. You'll hear from multiple first responders, the deputies that came out on the scene at first. You'll hear that Christopher McNabb showed up about 40 minutes after they had been on scene. You'll hear that he was wet and muddy from going through those woods. You'll hear from different family members of Cortney Bell, and the reason I put this up here is to sort of give you an idea of how this is going to play out. There's a lot of different names here. There's a lot of different people who are related, so this is hopefully going to make sense as we go throughout the day. You'll hear from Tim Bell, Cortney's father. You'll hear 911 calls from about 5 days before the baby went missing, where Cortney and Chris and Tim were having a disagreement over the children. Tim didn't feel that they were safe where they were, so he wanted to take them back. You'll hear from crime scene technicians and investigators about the steps that they took to find baby Caliyah and the steps that they took after finding her body in that drawstring bag. You'll hear that both defendants were interviewed. Listen closely to those interviews and listen to the changes throughout them and the inconsistencies. You're going to hear that eventually they narrow that time frame, the time frame that they at first said they saw her at 5 a.m. and she was gone at 10:30. You'll hear them narrow that down to about a 30-minute time frame of when that baby could have gone missing. 30 minutes of broad daylight when that baby went missing. You'll hear from people who are riding in the car with Cortney and Chris the next day, when Cortney gets a call that the baby's been found. And at that moment, Chris jumps out of the car and runs. He says, "They're going to think I did it." You're going to see some Facebook records that show conversations between Cortney and Chris, the co-defendants here, and you're also going to see conversations between Chris and a woman that he was talking to the morning that his child went missing, during a time when he says he was asleep. You're going to hear from the medical examiner, and she will explain to you the type of injury that this baby had to her head. She'll explain to you the type of force that was necessary to inflict this injury. I expect that throughout this trial there's going to be some people that you don't like. You're going to see that Chris and Cortney weren't living the most savory lifestyle. They were surrounding the people that they were around are not going to be people that most people would have a 14-day-old baby around. But we're not going to sugarcoat anything for you. We're going to show you exactly how this baby was living. I expect that you'll hear from Cortney's mother, who you'll find out real quick is never going to win Mother of the Year award. But what I ask you to do is put those emotions aside and the frustrations with the people aside and listen to the evidence. Look at the physical evidence and listen to the words of those two defendants. Listen to how their stories change and use your common sense. Christopher McNabb is charged, as the judge has already stated, with 1 count of malice murder. Okay, that's for intentionally or unlawfully and with malice aforethought, which will be explained later down the road, caused the death of Caliyah McNabb by inflicting blunt force trauma to her head. He's then charged with 2 counts of felony murder, and those are basically charged as during the commission of a felony offense that he did cause the death of Caliyah McNabb. The 2 separate felonies are aggravated battery and cruelty to children in the 1st degree. Aggravated battery is described or is charged as maliciously causing bodily harm by rendering Caliyah McNabb's brain useless. And cruelty to children is charged as causing cruel and excessive physical pain by inflicting blunt force trauma to her head. He's also charged with one count of murder in the second degree. And that's by inflicting those injuries to her head, that he did that with negligence, which is different from murder in the second degree. He's also charged with one count of cruelty to children in the second degree for negligently causing cruel and excessive physical pain. Lastly, he's charged with concealing the death of another, and that's that he did unlawfully conceal the death of Caliyah McNabb, which hindered the discovery of whether or not said person was unlawfully killed, for hiding her inside of that hole, inside of a bag. Now, Cortney Bell is charged with one count of murder in the second degree. As I explained earlier, that's negligently causing the death through committing the act of cruelty to children in the second degree. And cruelty to children in the second degree is, again, that she negligently allowed Caliyah to suffer cruel and excessive physical pain. She's lastly charged with deprivation of a minor, or contributing to the deprivation of a minor, where she did unlawfully fail to provide proper parental care or control for Caliyah McNabb, and such that without adequate supervision necessary for child's well-being, and the said act resulted in that child's death. As you sit here, I encourage you to take notes on those notepads that you have, because the court reporter can't go back in the room with you and read back everything that we've talked about. I know on TV they'll say, read back for me what so-and-so has said. Well, that doesn't happen here. You won't get to go back with the transcript. There's going to be a lot of names. And of memories and what here. Today is the day that you hear the case against Christopher McNabb and Cortney Bell. But it's also the case that you're the day that you're hearing the case of Caliyah Claire McNabb. I ask that you give this case the attention that it needs and deserves, and I suggest to you that at the conclusion of this case, based upon the physical evidence you have, the testimony of the witnesses, and the interviews of the defendants, the state will carry its burden and prove this case to beyond a reasonable doubt. And at that time, Ms. Zahn will come back up here and ask you to find the defendants guilty on all counts. Thank you.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Judge. Christopher McNabb had absolutely nothing to do with the disappearance and death of his daughter, Caliyah. If you truly sit here today and you enter with the presumption that Christopher McNabb is innocent, and you hold the state to its burden of proving him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, the just verdicts and the true verdicts are going to be not guilty in this case. As you listen to the evidence, I'm going to ask you to do what anybody else who is trying to solve a problem or make an important decision would do. You want to look for the who, what, when, where, how, why of this case. You want to know who killed Caliyah McNabb. You want to know what happened that day. You want to know when did it happen, where did it happen. You want to know how it happened, and you want to know why it happened. You're going to hear evidence today about physical altercations between Christopher McNabb and Cortney Bell. And you're going to hear evidence that they and their friends used drugs. I expect that the state is going to rely heavily on these two facts to try to convince you that Christopher McNabb killed his daughter on October 7th. But the real question is what happened between 9:30 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. on October 7th, 2017. The evidence is going to show there were 4 people in the home that night. There was Christopher McNabb, there was Cortney Bell, there was Clarissa McNabb, the 2-year-old daughter, and then there was Caliyah McNabb, the 15-day-old daughter. Chris and Cortney put the girls to bed around midnight for the last time. Caliyah got up several times. She needed to be changed, needed to be fed several times. But around 5:30, they put her and her back in bed, and they laid down on the couch. About 9:30 that morning, Chris got a text from his dad letting him know that he had sent him some money. He said, "Are you awake?" And Chris said, "Yes." Chris got up from the couch, walked into the other room, and found that Caliyah and Clarissa were both fine. Laid back down, fell back asleep. Less than an hour later, Clarissa, the 2-year-old, comes and wakes her parents up. And she says, "Sissy gone, Sissy gone." So they didn't quite understand what she meant, so they got up and they checked. And sure enough, Caliyah is gone. Without a trace, she's gone. From that point, a huge search was conducted, and unfortunately, Caliyah was found less than 900 yards away from the home the next day. I think one of us talked about watching the first 48 hours, how important that is. But what happened in the first 48 hours of this case is the police determined that their suspect was going to be somebody close to the child. Certainly, Chris McNabb and Cortney Bell are the closest one to the child. And they focused like a laser on Christopher McNabb as being the person who killed his daughter. In fact, they developed their whole case around the supposition and the hypothesis that Christopher McNabb is the one who killed his daughter. And you know why they did that. Look at him. Look at the way he looks. Look at the fact that he had physical altercations with Cortney. Look at the fact that they did do drugs. Of course they're going to look at him. But pretty soon they realize they cannot prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And you're left with a difficult decision in this case because there's the evidence that you don't hear is much more important than the evidence that you do hear. When a pack of lions go after a herd of gazelle, they don't go after the smartest gazelle. They don't go after the fastest gazelle. They go after the gazelle that is vulnerable, the gazelle that's hurt, the gazelle that's not as smart as the others. And that's what the police did in this case. They went after the people who were most vulnerable in this case, the people who had just lost their 2-week-old daughter. Now, I honestly do not know what happened in that trailer between 9:30 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. on October 7th. But I'll tell you this much, neither does the state. And at the end of this trial, neither are you. Judge, I was going to tell you that a reasonable doubt can be based on the evidence in this case or the lack of evidence. And at the end of this trial, you're going to be wanting more. At that time, I'm going to ask you to bring back verdicts of not guilty on all counts for Christopher McNabb. Thank you.
All right, now we'll hear from her defense attorney.
Counsel, gentlemen of the jury, good morning. I introduced myself to most of you during the jury selection process. I am Brian Frost, together with my colleague, Tyler Carey. We represent Cortney Bell. We are here, obviously, for a terrible, terrible reason today. I want to thank you on behalf of my client and really the entire criminal justice system works because of you and your duty that you provide here. I know it's not the most fun thing ever, but it is essential, and it's essential to my client today. However long we're here. My client sits over there shrouded with the presumption of innocence. You heard Ms. Zahn say that yesterday. That is the truth. You heard Mr. Carter echo that again. The state does have the burden, not just of proving every charge, but of proving every single element of every charge that they have indicted her on. And that is beyond a reasonable doubt. That is no small burden. Now, they say they've accepted that. We shall see. Some of the things that I want you to, that I would ask you to pay particular attention to are not just the evidence that they put in, but the things that you don't hear, the things that leave you with questions, thinking, I wish I had that answer. Those are critical things. When Ms. Stone stood up and said, you're going to hear this, you're going to hear that, she also didn't say, you're going to hear my client make a 911 telephone call right about between 10:30 and 10:45. So those are the kind of things that I'd ask you to pay close attention to. Again, Mr. Carter said they are going to smear the character of our clients. This is, I can't speak for both clients, I only represent Ms. Bell, but they truly are going to do that. They are going to bring up things like they called it an unsavory lifestyle. I'll leave it at that. That does not make her a murderer. So please keep that in mind. Please don't rush to judgment. Listen for the cross-examinations. Listen again to the things that you wish you would hear I know that sounds strange, but look for the things, I guess. Think about the things that you don't hear so that you can contemplate those questions later on down the line. What I don't believe you're going to hear at all is any evidence whatsoever, direct or indirect, that my client had anything to do with this heinous crime against her daughter at all. So with that said, I ask you again, please pay particular attention. I see you have your notepads and pens. I'm going to ask you to do something, if you will. On at least one of those sheets, draw a line down the center. On the left side, whichever side you prefer, let's say the left side, make notes of what you think is evidence the state has given you. On the right side, list the questions that you're left with for the defense. And we'll talk more about why I've asked you to do that and how those lists come out when we reach closing. So with that, I thank you again. Please keep an open mind. Don't rush to any conclusions. And again, thank you very much for your time.
Hamilton, I don't know if that's all evidence, because a lot of
Call your
times
first witness.
you see like attorneys just like have carts like that are loaded with boxes, and then they get in a few of them. So I'd say yes, it's probably depositions, evidence, whatever they may need during all this. But yeah, it's a lot back there. And again, this gets better. That's not me. I don't know what's wrong with their feed.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can have a seat. Make sure you pull your chair up and get close to that microphone. Will you state and spell your name for the record?
Christian Favors,
And Ms. Favors, where are you employed?
Covington Newton 911 Center.
And what's your position there?
I'm a 911 operator,
How long have you worked there?
10 and a half years.
Okay. And can you explain briefly like what your duties are through your employment?
Answer non-emergency and emergency phone lines and dispatch emergency personnel, fire, law, and EMS.
Okay, and were you working in that capacity back on October 7th, 2017?
I was.
And while you were on duty on that day, did you receive a report of a kidnapping in the Eagle Point Mobile Home Park?
I did.
Okay, and is the Eagle Point Mobile Home Park, is that located in Newton County?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and who did that call come from?
Cortney Bell,
And what time did you receive that call, do you remember?
around 10:39 a.m.
And are the calls that come into the 911 center, are they recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that something where you have to press a button to record, or does it automatically record?
It automatically records.
Okay. May I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 19. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. How do you recognize it?
I initialed it and listened to the call.
Okay. Did you review the call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you reviewed it, did it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the call that you received on October 7th, 2017?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Your Honor, attender State's Exhibit 19.
Submitted without objection.
Good morning, Carmen.
If I may pass those out at this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, you receive these transcripts. Human nature is that you want to read them. Don't read them. These are aiding you as the voice comes out. If you hear something and you look down on the transcript and it's different, don't pay attention to what the transcript says. It's what you hear. So I can't have you reading ahead, number one. And secondly, as I said, if you hear something different than what's on the transcript, it's what you hear that matters, not the transcript.
I have State's Exhibit 20, it's a copy of the transcript for the record.
Yes. Okay, you may proceed.
October 7th, 2017, 10 hours, 38 minutes, and 20.
Dayton County 911, what's the emergency?
I just woke up, my daughter woke me up on the couch. I have a 2-year-old and I have a 2-week-old, and my 2-week-old is not in her sleeper, her pack is on the floor.
She's not in her sleeper?
She's not in her sleeper, she's not here. I've looked everywhere, I've looked under clothes and everything.
What's your address, ma'am?
12145, Highway 36, Lot 31.
Walmart?
Yes, Lot 31.
Do you think somebody took her, ma'am?
My child said, my 2-year-old said she's gone. And I've looked everywhere in the house, so I don't know another possibility.
What lot number are you at?
31.
Okay. And you said you were sleeping, woke up and she was gone?
Yes. My 2-year-old came and woke me up.
Okay.
That's what was on the couch.
Okay. How old is she, ma'am?
2 weeks old.
Okay.
She's oddly calm.
Who else would have come in your house?
I mean, as far as I know, nobody would have came in my house. My dad's on the way from now.
Okay.
Ah.
All right. How long have you been asleep?
The last time I woke up with her was around, I guess, 5 maybe.
Okay. So you were asleep till 5 o'clock?
Yes. I didn't even need to fall asleep on the couch and sit down for a minute after dealing with her all morning.
Entry, or can you tell if someone's been there? Is her blanket there or gone?
Her blanket's gone, her passie's here on the floor. Her blanket's not with us. I don't know where, I mean, I don't know, I guess it's with her.
Okay.
And I have clothes in totes, but I've looked all in on it, she's not here.
Anything else missing, like a baby bag that she would have, or anything else?
No, her bottle's here on top of my shelf.
Okay.
in my bathroom all day today, I'm sorry.
Ma'am? What about anything else that could possibly have gone, like, could be her that could have gone with her?
No, nothing else, just her and her blanket.
Okay, so the only thing that's missing is her and her blanket.
Yes.
You didn't talk to the dad or the grandma or anybody
My
else?
dad was here with me, Dad just left, and he's walking around the park looking for us.
You looked through everything, like under the bed,
Yes, ma'am.
room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
He's rocking Gabrielle.
Okay.
Caliyah!
All right, what's your name, ma'am?
Okay, I'm sorry. She's calling for her 2-week-old daughter. She can't answer. And I know people act very different under stressful situations, but man, she's calm. For 2-week-old baby, she is calm. I would be a wreck. I would be able to answer, I think I would be able to answer questions, but just everything a woman's body goes through during pregnancy, 2 weeks later, you're still a mess with all the hormones. So she's so calm. I can't, I don't understand it. He's getting emotional during this call, and she's just sitting there, still even in court. Like, it doesn't seem to faze her.
Cortney Bell, Cortney.
Just to let you know, Courtney, they've been on the way out there. I'm just getting this information to update them, okay?
Thank you so much.
What's your phone number?
I'm not sure Miss number, my phone busted the other day.
I agree.
On another phone, she's been like me.
Oh, I guess she is
All right, so
crying.
you and the dad both were, I'm just trying to get an understanding so I can let them know because of the questions that they're asking me. You and the dad both were sleeping or he just came back home?
No, we didn't woke up together, she woke us up together.
Okay, the 2-year-old woke y'all up and told y'all that the baby was gone?
Yes.
Okay.
She was kind of freaked out. I mean, I don't know. Cause she was just standing there beside the couch in the corner, and I told her, come here, and I loved on her, and then I told my baby's dad to go check on Caliyah, and he's talking about she's not in here, she's not in here.
Okay, well, the police should be in the area now.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and let you go, okay?
Thanks.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, if y'all pass those transcripts down to the bailiff, pass them, I guess it's gotta go that way.
All right, one question. Who was watching the 2-year-old? You're sleeping for 5 hours. I'm not saying the 2-year-old was up at 5 o'clock in the morning, but they still get up fairly early. Who was watching the 2-year-old? Well, you guys were sleeping. And so I don't understand that. And Gabrielle, yes, when I said he was rocking, I meant he's rocking in his chair. I wasn't judging his tattoos. I think what the defense attorneys was saying, that they could judge him, mostly because of the facial tattoos. But yeah, she's just oddly calm. Exactly, Hamilton. Your gram went missing and you called. Yes, you can be calm in a situation that it happens. But she's just super calm. You should hear something in her voice, even if she remains calm and can answer all the questions. I guarantee there was probably fear in your voice. And there should have been a little bit of fear in her voice. There just didn't seem to be anything at all. And I hope you found her, Hamilton, and she was okay.
Does that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
No further.
Mr. Frost? No question, sir. You may step down. Any reason why she might not be excused?
No, Judge.
You're excused me for an attendance on the court. You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit Number 8, which depicts the alleged victim in this case, Caliyah McNabb. Parties have stipulated to the admissibility. That's correct.
Is that correct, Mr. Francis? Okay, number.
I
8 will be
appreciate that.
admitted into evidence by stipulation. Stipulation is simply agreement by everyone.
This does
You may.
get better. I keep telling you that, and it keeps happening. So, but I mean, he is distraught right now. That's why I say if he's clear-headed now and the drugs aren't there, I imagine that's probably not fake.
At this time, Your Honor, the state calls Tim Bell.
I do too. Maybe sad.
Mr. Bell, you can adjust that microphone
Yes, okay.
to your height. Is it good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Come on,
Can you raise your right
cameraman.
hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to present in the matter now pending before this jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You can lower your hand. Please state your name.
Timothy Wade Bell,
How old are you, sir?
46.
And do you have any children?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, where do you live currently?
In Covington.
And specifically, what address?
I don't need to know my address.
How about you to lean? You can pull that mic down or lean closer to the mic.
Okay. I don't feel comfortable giving my address.
Okay. Where did you live in October of 2017?
Covington?
Okay. And did you live at the same address?
Yes.
And you said that that's in when you say Covington, is that an address here in Newton County?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an address, what part of the county, the north or the south?
Jackson Lake?
Okay. And at that time, in 2017, did you have a granddaughter by the name of Clarissa
Yes.
McNabb? And what did y'all call her?
We call Clarissa Rissa.
Okay. And at that time, in 2017, she would have been how old?
2,
Okay. And now she's,
4.
okay. Now, who is Cortney Bell?
She's my daughter.
Okay. Is that Clarissa's mother?
Yes.
Do you see Cortney Bell here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please describe an article of clothing that she's wearing and point her out?
Black.
Okay. Is she
Black shirt.
Okay. Is she seated over there between the two gentlemen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how old is Cortney?
26.
Okay. And who is her mother?
Pam Hamby.
Who raised Cortney?
Me.
And has Cortney given birth to any other children besides Clarissa?
Yes.
And who is that?
Claire.
Okay.
Caliyah.
Caliyah. Now, Caliyah was born in September.
Yes.
Do you recall the day specifically?
23rd, I think.
Okay. And what hospital was she born at?
Piedmont.
Is that
Newton.
the hospital here off of 278?
Yes, Newton.
All right. And were you present when she was born at the hospital?
Not present when she was born, but a few hours later.
Okay. So did you go to the hospital to see your granddaughter?
Yes.
Now, are you aware of whether or not she was released immediately on September 23rd after she was born?
No.
Did she stay at the hospital for a period
Yes.
of time? Do you recall how many days she stayed at the hospital?
Like 3 days or so, 3-4 days.
Okay. So would it be possible that she was released from the hospital on September 27th of 2017?
Okay, yes.
Okay. Now, during that period of time from when she was born on the 23rd and when she was released on the 27th, did you have the opportunity to see your granddaughter any other occasion?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when she was released from the hospital, where did she go to live?
To that trailer
Okay, and when you say that trailer, can you tell the members of the jury where that trailer was?
off of Highway 36.
Okay, and is that a particular,
Eagles Landing, Eagles Nest, something other like that.
is it Eagle Point Mobile Home
Okay,
Park?
all right, okay.
Okay, and is that off of Highway 36 south of the Covington bypass, or do you know?
I mean, I don't know about the south, but yes, it's right below Henderson's restaurant.
Okay, so do you know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the bypass?
The bypass is the New Cut Road.
The road there where Johnny's Pizza and
Yes, yes.
the gas stations are,
Yes.
the CVS and
Yes,
McDonald's,
ma'am.
all of that?
Okay.
So if you were on that, at that location, would the trailer park be further down 36?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, how did Courtney come to live into that trailer?
I knew the owner of the trailer park,
Okay. Who is that?
Johnny Evans.
Okay. And did you assist in some way?
Yes, I called Johnny and asked him would he rent Courtney a trailer.
Okay. And did you get that arranged then?
Yes.
And what trailer number did she live in?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 9. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 9?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize it?
Because I had to fix that window,
Okay, and what is State's Exhibit number 9?
the trailer.
Okay, the trailer that Courtney lived in?
Yes, the
And is
trailer.
this fairly and accurately depicted?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then I'd offer State's Exhibit number 9 in the evidence, Judge.
Submitted without objection.
May I publish it, Judge?
You may.
Okay. You should have a screen there in front of you, sir. Let me turn it this way. Do you see that, Mr. Bell?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's the trailer that Courtney lived in?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Courtney have Clarissa there living with her?
Yes, ma'am.
And moved in there with her?
Yeah, Chris
Okay, and when you say Chris, who are you referring to?
McNabb.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yeah, black. Right there.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bell, do you know who the father of these two children is? Is Chris McNabb the father of these two children?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Eagle Mobile Home Park, you indicated that Johnny Evans is the one that was renting the trailer.
Yes.
Did you pay for the trailer rent every month, or was that something that they paid for?
Sometimes they pay for it, sometimes they got money from me.
Okay. Now, what county is that trailer park at Eagle Mobile Home Park located in?
Newton County.
All right. Now, do you know approximately when it was that Chris moved in?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But was Courtney there living there for a period of time before he moved in?
I think so.
Okay. Now, did Courtney have a vehicle at this time?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. What kind of vehicle was it?
Well, PT Cruiser.
And how did she acquire that vehicle?
I gave it to her.
This cameraman is
And
awful.
why did you do that?
Well, she would have a way to get around with them babies to the doctors and stuff like that, you know.
Now, just for a little bit of background, what kind of work do you do?
We do trim and tile and
There he
cabinets.
is.
Okay, so you're in construction?
Yes.
Were you helping Courtney with items for the babies?
I've always bought, yes.
And what kind of things did you purchase for Clarissa and for little Caliyah?
I bought everything, the diapers, the clothes, the milk, the food, whatever the babies needed.
And did Courtney have like car seats and
Yes, I bought.
strollers
Yes,
and
I bought.
baby sleepers?
Yes.
Clothes?
Yes.
Now, did you approve of your daughter's relationship with Mr. McNabb?
No.
Okay. Now I'm going to draw your attention back to October the 3rd of 2017, okay? I'm going to show you first before that State's Exhibit number 11. Do you recognize what State's Exhibit number 11 shows?
Yes.
What is that?
Overview of the trailer park and the surroundings.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the way the layout of the trailer park there on Highway 36?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'd offer State's Exhibit number 11 into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
Okay, now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 11. can tell the members of the jury, is that, what's depicted there at the top of the screen?
What, Henderson Mill Road?
Okay.
And the trailer park, 36?
You can, if you touch the screen, I think it'll make a mark there if you want to circle on it where it is,
Okay,
where the trailer park is.
okay. I'm touching it, but
It's not marking?
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Let's see. I guess it's not on right now. I gotta be, maybe try it now. There you go. Okay.
Okay,
So
yeah.
that's the trailer park there?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on October the 3rd of 2017, did you have the occasion to learn from somebody that your daughter's children were over at their cousin's house, Megan Sorrells?
Yes.
And how did you learn that? You don't have to tell me what they said, but who told you that?
I think it was my sister, the one that called,
Okay. And your sister, for the record, is?
Kim Weatherford.
Okay.
It was either my sister or my niece, the one that called.
All right, and just to be clear, we've got a diagram here that's been admitted into evidence, Mr. Bell, and it's got some of your relatives on here so that the jury's clear about who everybody is. Just put this up for a few minutes. Okay. So, you're obviously Courtney's father, correct?
Yes,
And Pam Hamby is her mother, is that
Yes.
right?
yes.
And your sister is who?
Kim Weatherford,
Okay. And then Kim is married to,
Gerald,
okay, and their children are,
Megan, and Craig.
okay. So Courtney is cousins to Megan, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you learned from, you believe your sister on October 3rd that Courtney's children were over at Megan's house, is that correct?
yes. I
And-
believe that's what it was.
And while we've got this diagram up, Ham Hamby, who is her brother?
Mike,
Mike McNabb?
I always knew him as Mike Hamby. I didn't
Okay.
ever know the McNabbs until way after this here, way after Chris was involved.
Okay.
Then I didn't even know he was a McNabb. They first said his last name was Black, okay, and then it come to a McNabb, okay? And then Mike's name come a McNabb. Like I say, I always knew Mike as a Mike Hamby there for
Right.
years and years and years. The McNabb name was all new.
But it turns out that Chris
All right, if you're lost, Pam is Courtney's mother. Mike, I believe, is Chris's father. And then, now I got myself confused. I'll just let him tell you.
McNabb is Pam Hamby's nephew, is that correct?
Yes,
Which means Courtney and Chris are first cousins, is that correct?
yes.
Courtney and Chris are first cousins. That's where that was going. Yikes. So, I'm not going to make any jokes. Just yikes. You think you would learn that and then walk away and not have two kids.
Now, on this particular day and time, when you got the phone call that your children, or you were notified somehow, was it a phone call or a text message, or how?
I don't think it was a phone call.
Okay, so you were notified that your grandchildren were over there at a cousin's house?
Yes, over at Megan's.
Okay. And what did you do upon hearing that?
I wouldn't pick them up
And why'd you go do that?
because Megan didn't need to, Megan already got 4 kids, so she didn't need no more burden there, of trying to look after 2 more babies there, So, and it was my place anyway, they was my grandbabies, so.
And had the children been over there for a period of time?
A day or so.
Okay. So when you went over there, did you go by yourself?
No, me and my father and my mother, I loaded my mother up. She was handicapped
Okay. What'd y'all travel over there in?
in my other little old PT Cruiser.
Okay, so you have one PT Cruiser that you drive, and then you got one for Cortney as well?
Yes.
All right, so when where did you go? Where did Megan live?
Across the street at the other trailer park.
Okay, what's that one called?
High Point, I think.
Okay. So here we can see where Eagle Point is and where Henderson Mill is which direction was Eagle Point? I mean, I'm sorry, High Point.
I think it's gonna be to the left-hand side,
Like over here?
right over in this area here.
Okay. And so did you report there first, or did you go to
Yes.
Courtney's location?
No, I went to where the babies was at.
And did you get the children?
I loaded Rissa up in the back seat, in the car seat,
Okay,
and told Megan that I would be back and get the little baby.
okay,
And then I went over there to Courtney's to get my PT Cruiser because my sister said they was doing drugs and heavy drugs and all that stuff, okay? So as I went over there to get my car, he took off running up the hill up towards Melissa Davis's apartments there. Chris.
Always use names and not
Okay,
pronouns.
all right. And then Courtney got Rissa out the car. And then Melissa Davis and Chris come back down in her little old car and picked Courtney and Rissa up. Then I went back over to Megan's and got the little baby.
okay. Let me just stop you for a second, because you've mentioned the name Melissa Davis. Where did Melissa Davis live?
At the top of the trailer park, they got a set of apartments at the top of the trailer park.
Okay, and are those apartments depicted here in this photograph? You see where that number 36 is for the highway right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Is those the apartments there that you're talking about?
The apartments is gonna be, I think, right here.
Right where? I'm not.
Right
seeing.
here.
Okay, exactly, okay.
Yes.
So, you said Chris took off running towards that direction, towards Melissa
Yes.
Davis. Okay, and just, again, since you've mentioned Melissa Davis, I want to clarify another point for the jury. Melissa Davis has a daughter, is that correct?
Yes,
And the daughter's name is Diane, is that correct?
yes.
And Diane is with who?
Craig Weatherford.
Craig. So your nephew, Craig Weatherford, is in a romantic relationship with Diane Davis, whose mother is Melissa Davis?
Yes.
Okay. So when Mr. McNabb took off towards the hill, you said you went over there to Courtney's trailer to get that PT Cruiser, and what happened there with Courtney?
Courtney got Rissa out of my PT Cruiser.
So she took the child
Yes.
from your car?
Yes.
And where were your mother and your father?
They was in the front seat.
Okay. And did you have any words exchanged with Courtney at that time?
I mean, I don't know. It's a year and a half ago. May I did, you know.
What about Caliyah? Were you able to get her?
Yes.
So how'd you get her?
Went back across the street and got Caliyah.
Now, at some point in time on that date, did you call 911?
Yes, after I called Assistant Chief Philip Bradford, he's one of my friends, and he told me to call 911 and report that I have the baby there.
Okay, and why did you call Bradford?
Because they were saying that they was gonna have me locked up for taking the baby from Megan's. Okay, my daughter, Courtney and Chris.
Okay.
Okay.
I was going to tell you guys, be
Number
nice.
14 into evidence.
Is that by stipulation or any? It's the 911.
It's a 911 call.
And
Okay.
I usually have closed captions on, but I don't think they're available. Nope, they're not.
And I've got transcripts for the jury judge, if I may pass it.
I feel bad for him. He's probably been heartbroken through all of this. I think he's probably tried his best. I mean, I don't know him, so maybe not, but I do feel bad for him. I'm not saying anything, Carmen.
Can I publish it, Judge?
October 3rd, 2017, 6 hours, 47 minutes, and 17 seconds p.m.
Newton County 911 is emergency.
Yes, ma'am. Can you tell the police out to my house at 65 Loudon Drive, Custer, Georgia, 30014?
Yeah, 65 Loud Drive, what's going on there?
Yes, ma'am, it's pertaining to my grandchildren.
Hear him.
You have got told police dispatch now, I'm on the phone with my daughter, but she knows that we talk to the police, okay?
Okay,
She left both her kids, she abandoned both her kids last night at my niece's house. My niece called me today at 4:30, could not get in touch with her or the daddy. I went to pick one of the youngins up, the 2-week-old up. She snatched the 2-year-old out of the car, so I come on home, okay? Well, I called Mr. Philip Bradford. Mr. Philip Bradford is one of my buddies there. He works for the city police department. When I got back home to find out what I needed to do, okay? He's supposed to be sending me a number through text for the 1-800 or be a defect number where you can call them, okay?
yeah, so right now, hold on, let me try to figure this out. So right now, you have the baby right now?
I have the 2-week-old baby sitting on my kitchen table today.
Okay,
Yes,
all
ma'am.
right, and so your daughter is not there right now, the daughter or the father of the baby?
No,
So you just have
no,
questions
no.
on what you could do with it, about the situation? Okay. And where does your daughter live?
Well, she lives at the trailer park on 36, used to be Pine Valley, I think it's Eagles Landing or something like that now.
Okay, hold on one second.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Official 24, North Road, vehicle to south.
Okay, and what's your name?
My name is Tim Bell. I am, the grandfather.
Okay, and what's a good telephone number for you?
You can get me on my cell phone, 678-760-0060.
Okay, well, they're out there right now, I think, with them. So then they're gonna come over there to you at 65 Loudon Drive,
Yes, ma'am.
and then talk to you, okay?
Yes, ma'am. And what the problem was, I went and took my car back, okay? That's the whole problem, all right?
Okay, I understand.
Because, the way I feel about it, they abandoned them youngins yesterday, okay,
Right.
So anyway, the police is gonna come out.
Yeah, they're coming over to you, they're out there right now in Eagle Point talking to them, and they're gonna come over there and talk to you, okay? So you'll just wait right there, okay?
Okay, thank you,
All
ma'am.
right, thank you, bye-bye.
Okay, y'all please pass those like you did last time.
I don't. I don't know, Gabrielle.
Exhibit 15, which is a transcript that was just passed out to the jury for the record.
Okay. I'll explain to y'all that these transcripts cannot go out as evidence later. There's this rule in law called continuing witness. And so anything that's written down, so to speak, can't go out with you. If you ever needed to listen to it again, I would bring you back out into the courtroom and let you listen again.
Mr. Bell, why were you taking, I understand why you were taking your kids back, why were you taking the car back?
Cause they was doing them old heavy drug things, and she wasn't doing what she was supposed to do with the car.
Drugs, what drugs were you aware that she was using?
That methamphetamine,
Okay. Did you consider that a good environment for your grandchildren?
no,
Were you concerned for your grandchildren's welfare that day?
yes ma'am. Yes ma'am.
Now, after you called 911, did the police ever come out to where you were?
No ma'am.
And are you aware of whether or not Miss Bell or Cortney, your daughter, called 911 as well?
Yes.
And do you know if a deputy responded to her?
Yes, I spoke to him on the phone.
And who else was present? Was besides Courtney and the deputy? Anybody else there?
Chris,
Okay. And was your sister Kim there?
later.
Okay. And what, did y'all ever reach an agreement about what was gonna happen with the children?
Yes, the deputy told Courtney to let my sister come get Rissa and bring her to me.
So did you do that?
Yes,
Where did you meet your sister?
at Alcovey High School.
Okay. And so nobody ended up pressing charges against you at that time? did
No.
they? Okay. Now, was there any discussion at that time about getting the car back to him?
Oh, yes.
What was that discussion?
He was in the background hollering, he was wanting to trade the car back for the kids.
Okay.
Trade
So,
the kids back for the car, brother.
so they wanted the car and you could keep the kids?
That's right.
Wow.
Now, after this happened, did you end up taking care of the kids for a little while?
Yes,
With your job and everything?
yes,
Was somebody there at the house helping you?
yes, my father.
How old's your father?
He was 76 at the time.
Wow.
Your mother?
She was 74.
And you mentioned that she was disabled?
Yes, she had 2 prosthetics,
Prosthetic what?
legs.
Okay. So was she able to provide a lot of assistance?
No, because she had done had a stroke and stuff like that.
So the baby at this point in time, if Caliyah was born on September the 23rd, on this day and time, she would have been roughly 10 days old?
Yes,
Okay. And were you capable of taking care of a 10-day-old baby?
yes. Yeah, see, I can send guys out to my job. You know, I don't have to be there, okay? I can take off anytime I want to.
Now, did you see Courtney after this?
That Thursday,
Okay, and what day would that have been, do you recall?
no, ma'am.
How many days was that after this incident?
Well, that was a Tuesday into Thursday, 2 days.
Okay, and that's the first time you saw her after you got the kids?
Yes.
And what was this encounter about?
She wanted to come see the babies.
Okay, did she come there to see them?
Yes, I went and got her that morning.
All right, and then what happened when she got there?
It was just an argument all day long about the car.
Okay, you and her?
Yes.
And what was the argument about?
She wanted the car back.
And did you give the car back?
No.
Why not?
Because, you know, I didn't feel right about giving it back.
Now, was she still staying at the trailer, or was she staying over there with you that day?
No, it was at the trailer.
Okay. And was Chris with her at that time?
No.
And what ended up happening as far as the car?
I parked it in the backyard.
Was there a way for her to get it?
No.
She didn't have the keys to it anymore?
Yes, she still had the keys, but I mean, the car, she had a set of keys, and I had a set of keys.
Okay. So what did you do then after that argument?
I took her home,
Okay.
took her back to the trailer.
All right. Now, did baby Caliyah have a doctor's appointment after that the following day?
I don't know, you know.
You didn't take her to the doctor?
No, no.
And do you know how she may have made it to the doctor then?
She didn't go to no doctor.
The baby?
No,
Okay.
no.
Not that you're aware of anyway.
Right, no ma'am.
Okay. So.
No, because I took the babies home that Friday after I told Courtney that she needed to clean the house up and get the house in order before I would bring the babies back.
Right.
Okay.
So if we're talking about, just to be clear, you said that the baby was born again on what day?
23rd September.
And we were just talking that it was on October the 3rd that you called 911, right?
Yes, I guess, yes.
And you said it was when that Courtney came to see you, 2 days later?
Yeah, on Thursday.
All right, so that would have been, what, 10/5?
Okay.
He's like, whatever. I don't know the date.
Okay. I'm writing these dates down just for clarification, okay? That's right to you? And then
Yeah,
when,
I mean, yes, I guess, yes, ma'am.
so you said you brought her home the following day, or that same day when Courtney
The
came?
following day,
So
that
she-
Friday.
Did she spend the night with you then?
Courtney?
Yes.
No,
So how did you bring her home the following day then?
I brought the babies. I took Courtney back home that Thursday.
Okay,
I went and got her that Thursday morning and took her back home that Thursday afternoon,
okay,
okay? Then I brought the babies back to Courtney that Friday at lunchtime.
okay.
Okay.
And that would have been on October the 6th, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. So you took the babies back to Courtney's, and was Chris there too?
yes, he was hiding behind a tree, a big oak tree.
Okay, and that would
Hi.
have been 10/6, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, I guess.
Okay. And you mentioned a minute ago that you said that she had to clean up that trailer. What do you mean by that?
I mean, you know how young people are, they don't clean like older people do, you know, the house with clothes here and clothes there, dishes in the sink, you know, stuff like that.
Was it fair to say that the trailer was kind of a mess?
Yes,
Was it an environment or in the condition that you would want it to be in for your two granddaughters to be
No.
raised in?
no,
And you said you told them to clean it up, and
told Courtney,
was that a condition of you bringing the children back?
that's right, yes, ma'am,
When you got there, did she have it cleaned?
yes, ma'am. You know, the kitchen and the living room and the hallways, yes,
Picked up?
yes. Picked up and put in totes, plastic totes and stuff.
Now, do you remember about what time it was on October the 6th that you brought the babies back?
Yeah, it was lunchtime, around 12, 1, somewhere in that area.
And when you brought them back, were there supplies for the babies?
Yes, I brought them. I brought milk and diapers for both babies.
Of course he
So
did.
you brought the babies back and food,
Yes,
diapers.
yes,
Was baby Caliyah healthy when you brought her back that day?
yes, ma'am.
Was baby Caliyah clean when you brought her back that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she fed?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she dressed up in something
Yes,
to wear?
ma'am.
Did you see her after you dropped her off that day?
No, not, I've never seen the baby after Friday.
So that Friday, when you dropped the child off over at Courtney and Chris's trailer at lot 31, that was the last time you saw Caliyah alive?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you indicated that the trailer had been cleaned up. Did you see the trailer the following day?
Yes, that Saturday?
Yes.
Yes.
Tell us about that Saturday. What happened that morning?
Courtney, I got out the shower around 9:30, somewhere around in there, and the phone rung, and it was Courtney wanting to know, did I have the baby? And I said, no, Courtney. I said, why, you know, something, whatever, you know. And she said, the baby's missing. I said, well, hang the phone up and call 911. So me and my father loaded my mother up, and we took off up to the trailer park there, you know. And I may have called 911 myself too on the way up. You know, so much has happened. You know, some things you remember, some things have slipped over time, you know. So,
Were you concerned on the way driving there about the baby?
oh yes,
And did you at any point in time go over there that night of the 6th or the early morning hours of the 7th to take the child yourself?
no ma'am.
Would you have done that without
ma'am.
calling or
No.
getting permission? Now, when you got there, tell us what you saw. Who was there?
The police, it was surrounded with police.
Okay. Was Courtney there?
Oh yes,
Was Chris there?
no,
And can you tell us the condition or the way your daughter appeared to you at that time?
it's concerned.
Did you assist in trying to help locate the child?
Yep, yes ma'am.
What did you do?
Hope look all inside. I went with the police officer all outside and all the surroundings that the police would let me go, you know.
And when you said inside, what were you doing inside the trailer? Where were you looking?
In the bedrooms and under stuff, whatever, you know, just in a panic, you know.
Did you have any reason to believe that Caliyah could have got herself out of that
No,
sleeper?
no.
What about Clarissa? Would Clarissa have taken the baby and hidden her somewhere?
No.
Had you ever seen Clarissa harm the child
No.
in any way?
No.
How did Clarissa feel about her little baby sister?
She loved her.
Were there other people inside the trailer searching for the baby?
Yes, my sister and I think my niece.
Were the police, you called them the
Police.
police, okay.
Yes.
Were the sheriff's deputies
Yes.
inside the trailer as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And were they all looking for the baby?
Yes, ma'am.
But Mr. Christopher McNabb, you said he was not there?
No, he was not there.
Did you see him eventually that morning?
After about 30 minutes,
And where'd he come from?
Seriously.
6, into the trailer park.
And how did he appear to you, his physical appearance?
Shady,
Was he,
sweating.
sweating?
Yes.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, that's what Officer Walden, as I was,
Hey, Mr. Bell? I'll instruct him, Judge. Mr. Bell, you can't testify to what the other, I know what you're gonna say, what the other officer said. That officer will testify
Oh,
today, so
okay.
he'll tell the jury what he said,
Okay.
okay? So you said he looked sweaty and you said shady,
yes.
okay? Now, at this point in time, did you have any reason to believe that your baby granddaughter, who was 14 days old, would be out in the woods there near the property?
No, I mean, I knew she was somewhere, but didn't know where, you know.
So as far as after you looked in the trailer, did you even really know where to search after that?
No, ma'am.
And did you continue to support Courtney in her efforts to find her daughter?
Yes.
When you brought Caliyah back to her mother and father on October 6th, did she have any injuries to her body?
No, ma'am.
Any damage to her head or her
No,
face?
ma'am.
Did Courtney have any injuries to her face that you observed?
I don't think so.
Courtney is your daughter. Do you love her?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have, Judge.
So I think this will be his defense attorney first.
You loved your daughter, you love your daughter Courtney,
Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to love your kids, you know.
and you loved your grandchildren.
Yes.
You loved Caliyah, you loved Clarissa.
Yes, I have Russell.
Good. I was wondering.
And Clarissa was born in 2015,
Yes, sir.
and you have been around her ever since she was born.
Yes, that's, my home was her home, yes.
And you helped Courtney take care of her.
Yes,
You said if they needed milk,
yes,
you gave them milk.
Yes.
If they needed clothes, you gave them clothes.
Yes, sir.
Whatever they needed.
yes, sir.
Now, you made sure that the kids were taken care of.
Yes,
You're the one who said, if you're going to get them back, you're going to need to clean up the trailer.
yes,
All right. And you made sure that happened. You would never allow those children to be abused knowingly. You would never knowingly allow
No.
those children to be abused.
no,
So during the period of time from when Clarissa was born,
That's
disappeared,
driving me
you
nuts.
never saw any signs of abuse on them.
no.
Did you wash them? Did you see them without clothing?
Yeah, I didn't ever check, you know. Didn't ever dress her that much.
The parts of their body you could see, you never saw
Right, no,
bruises
sir.
or anything on their
Right.
face. So you never had any reason to believe that either Cortney Bell or Christopher McNabb had ever done anything physically to those children, is that
Right.
correct? You had concerns about whether they were taking care of them properly.
Right.
But as far as physical abuse, you never had any of those concerns. And if you did, you would have done something about it, right? Okay. Now, were you aware that
Maybe.
Christopher's dad, Michael, also provided some things for the children as well?
Yes,
So he was also interested, as you were, you had a common interest. You cared for your children, but you wanted to make sure that they properly took care of your grandchildren.
yeah, I mean, you know, Mike would provide like 10%, 20%. Provide the rest, you know.
Okay.
And, you know, I didn't mind providing, you know.
Absolutely. Now, on October 3rd, it was your understanding that Courtney had dropped the children off at Megan Sorrell's house
Yes.
and that they had stayed overnight. Now, Megan has other children, is that fair? And Clarissa actually played with some of Megan's children. What concerned you most probably was just that Megan wasn't sure where Courtney and Chris were.
That's right.
Is that fair? So that's why you wanted to go, relieve Megan and make sure that they were put together.
Well, Megan couldn't, but Megan didn't need no more kids. I mean, she was barely getting by herself there,
Yes, sir. And so you went to go pick the children up. You probably didn't expect the aggressive reaction from Courtney, is that
That's
fair?
right.
You thought she'd just be like, oh,
That's
okay,
right.
just take them, but she got
Yes.
angry. All right, and she called the police.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the police officer kind of calmed her down
Yes,
and told her, just let your dad out
That's
for a
right.
while?
Yes, sir.
Let things cool off.
that's right.
And that's what you did.
That's right.
And you saw her on the 6th, the 5th, which would be the Thursday, you saw her, y'all
Thursday.
spoke, and
Yes.
you said, clean up the house, and, I'll bring the girls back tomorrow.
Yeah, well, see, she said that he was gone, okay, that he had done left.
Okay.
And he wasn't in the picture no more.
Okay,
Chris, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
okay. And so she agreed to do that, and by that Friday afternoon, at lunch, she had cleaned up the trailer.
Yes,
And you left the girls there with her.
yes.
All right. And you don't recall Caliyah going to the doctor either that Thursday or Friday?
No, I know she didn't go that Thursday or Friday.
Okay.
No.
If there is evidence that she did, can you explain, I mean, do you think maybe you just don't recall?
I don't recall because, like I say, the babies was at my house there, so
And you can't think of anybody else who would have taken them to the doctor?
my dad may have took the little baby to the doctor that Thursday. I know it wasn't that Friday.
Okay. But you just don't recall?
Right, no, sir.
You
Right.
couldn't say yes or, well, you don't recall at all that it happened?
Right, no, sir.
Okay. Now, you didn't know that Chris and Courtney were related until after they were actually together.
Right, yes, sir.
And to the best of your knowledge, they didn't know they were related until they were together. Is that correct?
I don't know, like I say, when I first met him, his name was Black, okay, and then it was a few months later, or a month later, or whatever, it was later, before I found out that his name was McNabb, okay, and then it still didn't register, because I knew his daddy, Mike, as a Hamby, okay? And so, and then they say Mike's name is McNabb too, so, the McNabb was something whole new, okay?
And Courtney's mom, that wasn't a long-term relationship that you were in, is that correct?
No.
She never took any responsibility for Courtney.
No.
She had 7 children.
Right,
Most of them by different fathers.
that's right,
And Courtney was in the middle somewhere.
that's right.
Never wanted anything to do with Courtney.
No, sir,
You took care of her.
yes,
In fact, Courtney didn't even know that that was her mother until she was 12 years old.
that's right, 12, 13, somewhere around in
She
there.
found out
Right.
accidentally. She found
Yes.
a little band that was
That's
from the
right.
hospital and
Yes.
realized that Pam Hamby was her mother. And even after that, Pam Hamby never
No.
treated her as a child.
No. No, Pam never bought her a piece of bubble gum.
She was around in the area, right?
Yes.
But she never had
Right.
anything to do with
No,
Courtney.
sir.
Don't have
I
kids
mean, she
then.
would come to the house if she got hungry, and we would give her something to eat or whatever, but rather than that, no. And that was probably 20 times from the time Courtney was a baby to Courtney was 12, 13,
Thank you, sir.
Ross?
Mr. Bell, how are you, sir?
Hey, good.
You spoken, sir.
Yes, sir.
You, getting back to the doctor, Mr. Carter asked you if possibly you don't recall, and you said yes. Would it surprise you to know that it was your father and mother that took the baby Thursday?
I remember Mom and Daddy going somewhere that Thursday, okay? But far as remembering where they went, no, you know, so much has happened, no, I don't, you know.
All right. Now, during the time, well, let me talk about this, using the kids for the car and money. Was that, you said they, did you feel that one was more a force behind that than the other?
Yeah, Chris,
All right, and what gave you that idea? What made you think that?
because he was always behind the scenes. You could always hear him in the background, you know. You could always hear Chris in the background. You talked to Cortney on the phone there, and he was always in the background. We need this, we need that, you know.
And when she came over to your house that last day, I guess it was the day that you had the argument.
Yes,
You
that
said
Thursday.
you said you didn't recall seeing her. You don't recall seeing her with both her eyes blackened.
No, sir. I mean, I can't recall.
Okay. Did she say why she needed the car back specifically so bad?
For the babies,
Do you believe that?
no.
Oh, because he had them.
What is your theory on that?
Cost of speculation.
I'll withdraw. Do you believe that she was really willing to trade her babies for the PT Cruiser?
No, not Cortney.
Okay.
It's kind of too bad they didn't.
When you saw her with the kids, was she a loving, affectionate mother?
Yes.
And you, I think Mr. Carter asked, you never saw any signs of abuse whatsoever?
No, sir.
And Cortney did clean up the house as you requested?
Yes.
Now, despite the argument that you had, did you guys reconcile at all?
Well, I mean, you know, I say argument, you know, me and Cortney's always butted heads back and forth there, you know, it's like you and your son would do or you and your daughter would do there, you know. But I mean, it wasn't nothing. 20 minutes later, we were fine again there, you know.
Understood. And that's what happened in this situation?
That's right, yes, sir. You're gonna get mad at one another somewhere along the line, you know.
Understood. Did you ever, I mean, Cortney, who primarily raised Clarissa and, you know, because she was 2 and Caliyah unfortunately was only two weeks. But who primarily of the 2 of them put the time in for Clarissa?
Cortney?
And did you ever ask, you know, why am I having to supply everything for this family?
Oh, yes. I asked that many times.
Did you ever get a good answer?
Oh, no.
You said that Cortney did call you that morning that Caliyah was missing.
Yes.
And you knew that she had called 911.
I actually told her to hang the phone up and call 911.
And she called to ask you if,
Right.
you
Did
know,
I have the baby?
Did you have the baby?
Right.
Okay. I believe that's it. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Son?
And back to the state.
This time, State's Exhibit number 129, which is a certified copy of the Conyers pediatric records for Caliyah McNabb.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
That'd be admitted without objection.
Mr. Bell, I've got records here that I've just entered into evidence that show that Caliyah was brought to Dr. Kelly's office on October the 5th, so you wouldn't dispute that?
No, I mean, yeah, right.
Okay. Just a few moments ago, you testified that Cortney was a loving and affectionate mother. Now, when you testified that she primarily cared for or took care of Clarissa, that Chris was not in the picture for the first 18 months,
That's
correct?
right. Yes, ma'am.
And when she was taking care of Clarissa before Caliyah was born, she was at your residence. Is that
Yes.
correct? And you were still providing
Yes.
things as well for the child? Now, I believe you just testified on cross-examination that your primary concern going to Megan's was that Megan didn't know where Chris and Cortney were.
That's right.
But twice on that 911 call at least, you told the 911 operator that they had, you said, the way I see it, the way I feel about it, is they had abandoned those youngins. Is that correct?
Well, yes, I mean, they dropped the kids off like a couple of days or something other than never went back over there, is what my sister said there, you know.
Okay.
Is what I understood, you know.
Right. So it was more than just one day. It wasn't like they dropped them off for a few hours to babysit. They just dropped off these kids and were gone for a few days.
Right. Yes, I mean, you know, far as what I was told, yes.
And when Cortney did come back to your house after you took the car and you let her see the kids, you said that y'all were fussing all day long about that car. Is that right?
Yes.
But you also just testified in cross-examination that Chris and her had, I guess, sort of split up or were in an argument at that time?
Well, see, that's what she said that Thursday morning when she called, wanted to know would I come get her to where she could come see the babies. Said he had done left, that he was gone, okay? And I said, sure. I said, let me finish up my cup of coffee right here and get my clothes on, and I'll come get you.
Okay.
So 45 minutes later, an hour later or so, I went and picked her up.
So Chris had just left Cortney in the relationship or just for that day?
And the way I understood it, he had left the relationship, you know, okay? And till that Friday when I took the babies back, and then I seen him behind the oak tree down there. Seen Chris behind the oak tree down there.
Okay.
Then I knew he was still in the picture there, you know.
Back in the picture.
Right.
That's all that I had, Judge.
Mr. Bell, you and Chris during that period of time didn't get along at all, right? Is that fair?
I mean, me and him never got along much anyway.
And if you were gonna come over, he was gonna try to avoid you, right? I mean,
Right.
that's it. So that's, you know, if he knew you were coming over, he would've gone up to that area, just so he wouldn't have to talk to you, so y'all wouldn't get into an argument. Is that fair?
No, I mean, most time he stayed in the trailer.
But if he was standing away from the trailer, do you believe it would have been just to avoid a confrontation with you?
It may have been, yes.
You may step down. At this time, we'll take our morning recess. So excuse you back. Don't discuss the case back there while you're on break.
This is flooring me. This is in Georgia, Carmen. Because I remember after my son was born and the first time that we left him with my mother-in-law, and I think we went out to dinner or something. It was a very short period of time. It was hard. I was freaking out a little bit. But she's leaving this kid for days. This little baby. For days at a time. I don't even know that she had her half the time that the 2 weeks that she was alive. I don't know if she had her full 7 days. But then you hear about her mom, it's kind of like, well, I guess I can understand. You probably have bonding issues, but it doesn't sound like you were a horrible mom. You just were into a horrible thing. And it's ruined your life and cost another one theirs. And I feel so bad for this guy. But on another note, I think when the witnesses come in and they're sitting on the witness stand, maybe the cameraman and them should play Marco Polo. That's all I think about when the camera's zooming around. Marco Polo. This cameraman is worse than the one in the Tyrone Tucker trial. And that one was bad. All right, let me fast forward. But it's so interesting I haven't ever seen a case where there's two defendants being tried at the same time that I've watched like this. And it's interesting to watch the defense attorneys kind of pit each other against their clients against each other. And that's crazy. All right, this cameraman, I don't know what's happening. I thought I was, hey, well, Oh, I just went backwards.
Okay, and how long have you owned it for?
A little over 12.
Sorry.
All over the place.
So here this dude is. I guess I don't have the sound on.
All over the place.
Okay,
There,
and
they
how long
fixed
have you owned
it. Good
for?
grief.
A little over 12 years.
All right, and where's that located?
It's at 12145 Highway 36.
Can you tell the members of the jury
Exactly.
generally where that is located in the county?
It's in the south end of the county below Henderson's grocery.
Okay. Now, do you know Tim Bell?
I do.
How do you know him?
We work together on some construction sites.
Okay. And did he have the occasion at some point in time to approach you about renting a trailer for his daughter, Cortney Bell?
He did.
And did you agree to do that?
I did.
All right. And which trailer was it?
It's lot 31.
Okay. And did you have a contract or a lease agreement or anything like that?
We had a 1-year lease agreement with Courtney.
Okay. At some point after Courtney moved in, did somebody else move in with her?
Yeah, approximately 3 weeks later, another guy moved in.
Okay. And who was that?
McNabb.
Okay. Now,
Thank you.
did you become aware on October the 7th that there was a child missing from that trailer?
I didn't become aware until probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that day.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that day.
Would that be in the morning or in the afternoon?
In the morning.
Okay. And what did you do, if anything?
We went over to the park,
And who's we?
me and my wife.
Did you speak with anyone?
At that time, we walked up and we just stood around my shop area.
Okay. Was there law enforcement there at that time?
They did.
All right. Now, did you have the opportunity to go into that trailer after the baby was reported missing and then eventually found?
Not until later.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
Did Courtney live there after this happened? After the baby was found on the 8th?
Yes.
For how long?
I'm not exactly sure.
But did you go back into that trailer?
Not until they was
Okay.
gone.
But did you observe any damage to the trailer?
No signs of forced entry at all.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 16 and ask if you recognize what State 16 is.
This mobile home park.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the aerial view of your mobile home park?
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all know for State 16 into evidence?
Submit without objection.
All right, as I'm showing you State's Exhibit 16. Do you see the mobile home park there?
Yes, ma'am.
What side of the screen is that on?
It's on my left side.
Okay. Do you also own some apartments nearby there?
Yes, ma'am. on
And
top
where are
of the
they
hill.
located?
They're located on it would be the south side of the trailer park.
Okay. I believe that you can mark on there where that is. Can you touch? There are marks already, Judge, because the last witness did. I'm trying to clear those off. Okay. Can you place?
You know, lawyers,
Okay, you did mark down
technology,
there. All right.
they don't work well together.
Now, did you have an opportunity to rent an apartment there to a Melissa Davis at some point in time?
At one time I did, yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with this road here that's behind the apartment complex named Henderson Mill Road?
I'm familiar with Henderson Mill.
And that's also behind the area where the mobile home park is as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, is there a street or a paved path or anything between this trailer park and Henderson Mill Road?
No, there's only an easement.
Okay, and when you say an easement, what do you mean by that?
I'm thinking it's a power line easement that goes from the trailer park all the way to Henderson Mill.
Okay. And is that a, I guess, popular path or cut or,
No, it's not normally used.
okay. And can you use this laser pointer and show the jury where that is that you're talking about, the power line easement?
Here we go with the camera.
Okay. Is that where the clearing in the trees is? Okay.
I guess he's not going to show us.
And you said that that's not normally used, so your tenants don't typically travel through the trailer park to that easement to get to Henderson Mill Road?
No, ma'am, there's nothing over that area they would be going to.
Now, and you've, again, owned the trailer park for over 10 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on October the 10th, 2017, did you meet myself and an investigator from my office, Bo Alexander, and some officers from the Sandy Springs Police Department out there at this trailer?
I did.
And did you give us permission to enter the trailer to make some digital images using 3D scanning technology?
I did.
And were McBell and McNabb living at the trailer at this time?
Not at that time.
And I think I said McBell. Bell and McNabb, were they living at the trailer at that time?
Not at this time.
Nevertheless, had they left items behind in the trailer that still belonged to them even after they'd moved out?
No, everything was out.
Okay. Now, when you got out there on October the 7th, did you have any effort or participate at all in any efforts to search for the child?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Mr. Carter?
Good morning, Mr. Evans. I'm Anthony Carter. On this map, is it the case that this is lot 31?
That's correct.
And that's where Cortney Bell and Christopher McNabb lived?
That's correct.
Okay. And so if one followed the street to this area here, this is an old building. That's not a trailer. That's just an old building. Is that right?
That's just an old shop.
And there's significant amount of trash, camping stuff, things like that right in this area. Is that fair?
Yes.
Right. And then directly behind that, this is the easement you're talking about.
That's correct.
And their power line, so somebody from the state or some government agency, do they clean that up or who cleans that out?
Well, I have cleaned it up in when I first bought the park, and then a neighbor was wanting to store some stuff in that little area right there, and that's who left it.
So one can,
I'm confused. Are you talking about the easement cleaned out?
Yes.
Or is that's what he was
No,
talking
no,
about. You were talking about the building.
Yeah, around the building, yeah.
Right.
Now, as far as the easement, I don't know who cleans that.
okay, but it is, I mean, even from the picture, you can tell it's bare where that easement is, where the power lines go.
That's
Is that-
correct.
is that correct? There are trees on either side of that easement, and this is what I'm talking about here. There are trees on either side, but there is a clear area right here. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And then on the other side, there's also another area, that cleared area that comes over in this area. Is that correct?
And that's the property owners.
And, it's this person, right? This person.
That's correct.
Okay.
That house there.
There's a house here, and then this is just an outbuilding that belongs on that property as well.
That's correct.
All right, so this, on this side of the easement, this property belongs to this house.
Yes, sir.
And this is the easement where the pen is now. And on the other side, there are woods that are privately owned as well.
That's correct.
So you said you've never known of anybody, but if one were getting from this area of the park and wanted to go to Henderson Mill, that would be a way of getting there. Is that fair?
And that's fair.
It's
I hate to intercede, but there's a difference between riding something like a car.
Right.
Is that capable of being done?
No.
So you're talking about walking, Mr. Carter?
No, right. Talk about walking. There's actually a fence right here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there's maybe a 20-foot gap in the fence right beside
That's
that
correct.
house. And that's the way you would gain access to the easement.
Yes.
Okay, so if one were going from this area to Henderson Mill, it is possible to go through this area where there's no fence, and to walk through the easement to get to Henderson Mill. You can do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, back in 2017, Henderson Mill actually curved a little bit over to the right from where it is now. Is that correct?
That part was the same. Are you talking about where they,
Henderson Mill now goes to the left of where it used to go. It used to meet, Henderson Mill used to go all the way to Henderson's grocery store.
that's correct.
Now they've changed it where Flat
Goes
Shoals
to the
Road.
red light.
Flat Shoals Road is the intersection there now. Henderson Mill has actually been moved over several hundred yards to the left.
Relationship to the trailer park.
Right.
Are you saying it's still the same at the trailer park?
Still the same there.
It's on up the road that you're talking about, Mr. Carter.
That's
Is that
correct.
That's
right.
correct.
You know, they
Henderson
can
Mill,
see
just
this
moved it
stuff
more
and we
closer to
can't,
the
and they're
church.
still
It's a little
That's
confused.
correct.
So the road is different to some extent, but Henderson Mill itself and this whole area that we're talking about in here, that is all the same.
It's all the
As it was in
same.
2017. There's some major differences, maybe a quarter of a mile up the road.
That's correct.
But those don't affect these pictures or anything.
That's correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Frost, you may step down. Oh, you do?
I'm confused. Can you just go over all that again for our viewers at home? I know. He was doing so well, at least showing us the pictures. And now he's not moving.
Mr. Evans, are you familiar with property, like apartments and things where there's cuts, where people have like a cut or a shortcut or path that the tenants might use to get to somewhere?
I've been to some apartments like that.
And typically, is there not something that they're going to besides just a country road like Henderson Mill?
Most of the time it's the shortcut to go to a store or something like that.
Okay, but that area where you come out on Henderson Mill, there's not a store there, is there?
No, ma'am.
Is there a place to go buy cigarettes or a place to go buy beer or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Can you hop in the car over there off 36 and get up to Henderson Mill, that intersection up there, just as easy as you could walking through the path?
Not sure what you're asking there.
If you're trying to get to the intersection of Henderson Mill and 36, wouldn't it be faster or just as easy to hop in your car and leave the trailer park and make a ride out to get to the Henderson Mill intersection?
It'd be just as easy to going up 36th.
Because otherwise, if you come back out, you're going to have to, on Henderson Mill, you're going to have to go up to Henderson Mill. Is
It's a
that
little bit
correct?
farther.
And what's on the other side of Henderson Mill? If you keep on going on this path here,
It's a big farm.
okay.
Oh,
So where
farm.
this
I thought he said fire.
cut path is, or what you call it, a power line easement. I'm trying to get that off of there, Judge. It's not coming off for some reason. The power line easement, if you continue to cross over that way, that would go to what? This trail here that's leading across here that's going over to this area. That's just a wooded area?
Yes, ma'am.
No stores?
No stores at all.
And if you go this way down Henderson Mill, there's nothing down there either, is there?
No,
All right. Those are all the questions that I have for this witness, Judge.
Mr. Carter?
I do have another. Can I have that, please? Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Evans, as we discussed a minute ago, let's back out just a little bit. That's not the way we had it earlier, is it? Okay. So, this is the defendant's trailer, and this is the easement we're talking about.
That's correct.
Now, back in 2017, if you went through this area and went up Henderson Mill Road, you would actually go to Henderson's grocery store, is that correct?
Exactly.
That leads directly to Henderson's grocery store, where they have beer, cigarettes, just basic supplies, a little bit more than a convenience store, a little bit less than a grocery store, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, and also in 2017, I think it's close, but Henderson's Restaurant was also open at that time.
There was the rest of there.
So if you left this, this is the bottom of the trailer park, right? Because there's a big hill going up out of it. Is that fair? So as you're going from 36 down, you're going down into a valley.
That's right.
All right. So if you left here, cut across this access area, and then went up Henderson Hill, you would get to Henderson's Grocery and Henderson's Restaurant.
That's correct.
If you went the other way, you'd be going straight up a hill to Highway 36, and you would go north in order to get to the same area.
That's correct.
And the distance is almost the same. Is that fair?
It's a little shorter, 36.
Okay. But you don't have to go up the hill.
That's right.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Now, Mr. Frost, did you have any questions? No, sir. Okay. Ms. Zahn, did you have any other questions?
No, Judge.
You may step down now.
It's so
And the
confusing.
state may call its next witness.
No, the state calls Caroline Almond.
I don't know. I got to give him credit for the audio. Some of the best we've had, except for then when they didn't start this witnesses immediately. But yeah, this poor cameraman, they just gave up. They're not going around the courtroom anymore. I'll just zoom in and out on the witness. I'm not showing you anything. You want to see the trailer park? You go there yourself and go see the trailer park.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending
Let's-
before this
let's-
jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
Pan
God?
somewhere else on her there, please, cameraman. Yeah, go
Please
ahead.
state your name.
Caroline Almond,
Where are you employed?
the Covington Newton County 911 Center,
How long have you been employed there?
9 years.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention back to October the 3rd, 2017. Did you have the occasion to be on duty on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you take a 911 call on that date from Cortney Bell?
Yes.
And what time was that call?
I'm not exactly sure of the time.
All right. If I show you the call detail report, would you be able to tell from looking at that?
Yes. It was at 5:58 p.m.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to listen to this call prior to it coming to the court
Yes.
today? Your Honor, I'd offer State's Exhibit number 17 into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
Can I publish it, Judge? Also have State's Exhibit number 18 to tender in the record, which was a transcript, and we have transcripts of that.
So I wonder if she's going to sound more upset. This is call number 2. Did I understand that correctly? Good heavens. Okay, she better sound upset in this one then. 'Cause she certainly didn't in the first one.
October 3rd, 2017, 5 hours, 52 minutes, and 52 seconds p.m.
Need County 911, what's the address of the emergency?
Hello?
Yes, can I help you?
My dad and them came to my house. My dad and my grandparents came to my house. They had my little girl in the car. I took my little girl. They went to my cousin's house where my kids were. And took my new one that I just had, and they took my car.
Why did they
Oh.
do that?
So that they were taking my kids.
All right, what address did they take that from?
12145 Highway 36, Covington, Georgia 30014.
All right, 12145, Highway 36.
Okay, so this is her call that she made. So the dad called because they were going to turn the dad in for kidnapping the kids when he went to pick him up from Megan, which is her cousin's house. And then he took the car. And then so we heard his call. This is her call about that. This isn't the call from when they found when the 2-year-old discovered the baby was missing, because she didn't discover it.
Yes.
Okay, is that Eagle Point?
Yes.
What lot number?
30.
30?
31 now. And I came to a friend.
Where are you at now?
Sarah. I'm sorry.
Where are you at now?
I'm trying to find my friend and get her address. Hey, what's your address? What is your address?
It's 1837.
1837 Woodlawn Road.
Okay, do you know where your parents went to?
Yes, their house.
Which is where?
65 Loudon, Loudeoun Drive.
So they just showed up at your cousin's house and said.
Yes, ma'am. It's crazy.
And they didn't give you a reason why?
They said that they were taking my kids, that I had left them at my cousin's house for a whole day and a whole night, and I mean, I don't see an issue with that. My cousin has kids, and they were playing over there.
Okay, so did your cousin contact them to come pick them up?
No, not at all. I talked to her. And she lives right there at the village park. Like, not even a quarter mile. It was playing. I got my daughter, my 2-year-old, and they went back to my cousin's house and got my newborn. My kids spent the night with my cousin.
Uh-huh.
And they came today and took them.
Okay, so do you have your 2-year-old right now, or they have them?
Yes, he was in the car with my papa and my nanny when they all pulled up. And I took her out. And then a lady I know gave us a ride to my friend's house.
Okay, hold on just a moment for me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's Megan. Or that's Cortney on the screen. That's the mom whose baby, the 2-week-old baby, died. Not Megan. That's Cortney. Megan is her cousin, where they went to pick, her dad, who just testified, went to pick Cortney's kids up because they had been over there, and Megan already had 4 to take care of and didn't need 2 more. Yes, Cortney Bell.
Hello.
All right, ma'am, what is your name?
Cortney Bell.
You said Cortney Bell?
Yes. Cortney.
What's your mother and your cousin from?
I'm not sure. It's my cousin's phone. She let me borrow it 'cause mine broke yesterday.
Okay, so I'm going to send a deputy to you on Woodlawn Road, correct? Because that's where you are currently.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, they'll be there with you shortly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So if y'all pass those to your right.
I mean, hindsight's always 20/20, but would have been better. The kid stayed with her dad.
Okay, you may step down. Any reason why she might not be excused?
Yeah, I'm looking at it
Excuse
too,
me, further
Carmen.
attendance on the court. May I call you next witness?
State calls Derek Bartlett.
Don't know why that keeps doing that. It's not me. I know I've said it 100 times. Just want you to know it's not me.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to present in the matter now pending before this jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please state your name.
Deputy Bartlett,
Where are you employed, sir?
Newton County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been employed there?
2.5 years.
Okay, I'm going to draw your attention back to October the 3rd of 2017. Were you assigned to patrol at that time?
I was.
And specifically on that date, did you respond to 1837 Woodlawn Road to answer a call?
I did.
And can you tell the members of the jury about what time it was that you arrived?
About 6:40.
Okay, and who did you meet with
Yep.
there?
Sad.
I can't remember her name off the top of my head. Cortney.
Cortney Bell?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was the nature of the call? What was she complaining of?
The original call came out as a custodial interference, I want to say, and she stated that her father had taken her kid, and she said that she stated that the father had picked up the child without her permission.
Okay, now, what did you advise her about the situation?
I told her that it was a civil matter,
Okay, meaning what?
that the sheriff's office, due to everything that she stated from the call, that I was not gonna force the grandfather, and we were not gonna get involved and make him hand back over the child. I advised her that she could go and pick up her child, but that was gonna be on her.
Okay. Now, did you observe anything about her that stood out to you about Miss Bell?
Yeah, she had a black eye.
Okay.
I mean, it was kind of fresh. We were speaking, and she told me that the father had taken her vehicle, and kind of more along the lines, the call went from talking about the child to more being about the vehicle. And with the black eye, I just advised her that I asked if the child was safe with the grandfather, and she stated, yeah, that the child was safe. And I said, with everything that you got going on, why don't you let some of the stuff calm down here and then go pick up the child. As long as the baby's safe, there's no reason to bring it back. I asked her about the black eye. She wouldn't tell me where she got it from, but it just didn't look right, so.
Okay. And you said that the call sort of started out as a complaint about her father taking her children, but then it sort of shifted?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did it shift to again?
Towards the vehicle that the father had taken. The father allowed her to drive a vehicle, and the father had picked up the vehicle and wouldn't give it back to her.
Did she want that car back?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all that I have.
Mr. Carter?
Deputy Bartlett, when you say the father had taken, you're talking about her father, correct?
Yes, sir.
And not the father of the children, just to be correct. This whole incident revolved around the dispute between Cortney Bell and her father, whose name was Tim Bell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the father of the children wasn't there at the time.
I'd never seen him.
Okay. And he was not any kind of issue.
Really?
Cortney Bell.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ross?
You said, Deputy, the Black eye looked fresh.
Yes, sir.
And when you said all that she had going on, were there other matters that she had going on? That
Yeah.
you-
When I showed up, she was visibly shaken, and she was frantic. And then, upon calming her down, somebody else, I can't remember who else, pulled up and was actually speaking to her about some ongoing issues and asking to take her other child, who she had custody of right then and there, to get her away from the situation. And I just kind of stepped back, let them talk, and I advised them that I was done with what I could do for them, and that it was going to be on her to take care of those issues.
All right. And to your knowledge, is that what she did?
Yes, sir. I mean,
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Any reason why he might not be excused?
No, Your Honor.
You're excused from any further attendance on the court. Call your next witness.
I think it was Megan Sorrells.
So this, wonder if this is the cousin, if we can see her. Good grief. That judge's voice doesn't fit how he looks. He has a very
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear
Kind of
affirm
big
that
southern
the testimony
drawl.
given the matter now pending before this jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Megan Sarles.
Ms. Sorrells, who are you, who is your mother?
Kim Weatherford.
And does Kim Weatherford have a brother?
Yes.
Who is that?
Tim Bell.
And do you know a person by the name of Cortney Bell?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
My cousin.
Do you mind talking louder into that microphone, pulling it closer to you, or you getting closer to it?
Okay.
So it comes out better. Go ahead.
She's my cousin.
Okay. And where were you living back in October of 2017?
High Point Trailer Park on 36.
Where is that located on 36?
Right down the street from the Eagles Point. I'm not quite sure how far, but it's just right down the street.
Walking distance?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you live there at High Point with?
With my girlfriend Brittany and my 4 children.
Okay. And what was the age range of your 4 children?
12, my oldest one. So my second son was about maybe 10. 9, and let's see, just 9 now, so she was 7.
Okay. Now, did Courtney have any children?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were they?
Caliyah and Clarissa.
And did you watch those
Yes,
children? from
yes,
time to
ma'am.
time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, do you remember when Caliyah was born?
Yes, ma'am. September 23rd.
Okay. And do you remember the day that the baby was released from the hospital?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Not the specific date, but do you remember on that day? The day that
Yes,
the
I
baby-
do. I do remember that day.
Do you remember how the baby left the hospital?
Meaning,
the baby out
oh,
of the
yes.
hospital?
Courtney and Chris had went to go get her.
Okay. And were they by themselves?
When they was at my house, they were.
Did they go to the hospital with anybody else to pick them up?
Not that, at the time, I was not aware that they had no, ma'am.
Did you later learn that they did?
Yes.
Who was that?
Shane Kidd,
Okay. And how did you learn that?
just by talking, it's not like nobody, like just hearsay.
Okay. Did you see the children that day, the baby?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was that?
They came by just for,
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that response to the last question be stricken. She said that she just heard from hearsay that the person picked up the child with the defendants.
Ms. Donna?
Judge, I agree with his objection, but I would like to further clarify with the witness that you saw Shane Kidd with them on that date.
no, ma'am.
So when you were in my office last week and said that Shane Kidd was with them and went to the hospital, you were just telling me something you had heard from hearsay?
But I learned that through the office and talking about that. Because I never had, I told you that, I didn't ever hear that.
So you,
When they was at my house that day, I watched Rissa while they went to pick up Caliyah from the hospital.
okay, then I would,
Use they, because we don't
I'm
know,
sorry.
we've been talking about a lot of different people out here.
Right, okay, I'm sorry.
So instead of saying they, tell us who you're talking about.
Cortney and Chris, I apologize.
Judge, I would ask that you instruct the jury to disregard any evidence that Shane Kidd went with them to the hospital to pick up Caliyah.
We ain't gotten to that point yet. She's trying to lay a foundation.
Yes, sir.
I am Judge, and I don't know that needs to get down from the front of the jury, but I certainly would like to.
Okay, let me excuse the jury back in the jury room for a second.
Uh-oh. Hey, we are doing good because our last trial last week, we would have had like 6 sidebars by now with all these questions going on. I like this judge too. Oops, Paulo. What I'm sitting here thinking, so this is in Georgia. Obviously Georgia, Arkansas, Mississippi, they all have those really, southern draws. But when you get to Florida, it's like it ends. I don't hear it.
Okay, everybody be seated. Ms. Zahn?
You remember meeting in my office last week? And I've got notes from our conversation. I was taking notes. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recall telling me that she being Courtney and Chris, got to go pick up the baby from the hospital when it was released with Shane Kidd.
No.
You don't recall saying that?
No, I remember you saying that because I had never known that or heard that. And then I heard others here say that.
Okay.
When they pulled up at the house, they brung Clarissa and was going to get.
Again, please don't use they repeatedly, because I don't know who they are. She's talked about 3 people. They can include 3 people or 4 people. So use names.
Courtney and Chris.
How would I have known that? I wasn't there that day when they went to go pick up the baby. How would I have known about Shane Kidd if you had not told me that?
I guess hearsay. I swear I did not say that.
Okay.
I told you that they dropped the kids off and they left with, they dropped Clarissa off, which is Courtney and Chris, and went to the hospital.
With Shane Kidd?
No.
And you understand you're under oath.
No,
and if you
he is
lie
not.
under oath, you'll be charged with perjury. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I never said that was Shane Kidd. I learned that in the office that day. You told me that.
Okay.
My mom was in there also, Kim Weatherford.
Okay.
I know she was.
Yes, ma'am. And I explained about the black eyes and things like that. And that's
you
how I
also
got to learn out.
Let me ask this question before the jury comes back here. I was just going to ask you, when they came back from the hospital, what happened with the baby?
They came and picked them up and took them, and I told you that I heard.
With they, who's
I
they?
don't know why I keep doing that.
Well, I want you to stop talking to the microphone. Don't talk to me. And
She's
tell
about to
me
get grounded.
who they are you're talking about now.
Chris Bell. Courtney and Chris. I'm sorry.
They came back to your house after they picked up
To
the baby?
pick up Rissa. To pick up Caliyah, and they had Caliyah. I told you they took them, and I heard that they took them and dropped them off at, once again, that's just hearsay, and took them and dropped them off with Melissa Davis.
So you didn't tell me last week in my office that they dropped the kids off with you to keep right after they picked them up? from the
Right,
hospital?
and then I told you that they picked them up the same day and took them to Melissa. I'm sorry.
Because you're getting real confused up here.
Yes, I am.
We're talking about a timeline. They leave you to go to the hospital, being Chris
Yes,
and
sir.
Courtney.
Chris and Courtney.
You claim they brought back Caliyah. Where was
Yeah, they was
Rissa
coming
all
back.
this time?
He was with Courtney.
Rissa was also with Courtney.
No, Rissa was with me.
I just said, where was Rissa at this time?
I'm getting confused. She was with me. They brung her to me that day before they went to the hospital.
Okay, so they bring
Yes, sir.
Rissa to you.
Yes, sir.
You claim those 2 went to the hospital.
Chris and
picked up Caliyah,
Yes, sir.
came back to your house.
Yes, sir.
Within what time span?
I don't know. A couple hours?
Couple hours. How long did they stay at your house?
Not long, just long enough to, they was going going about their business. They got
How
Caliyah.
long would you estimate they stayed at your house?
Maybe an hour.
Hour.
Maybe.
Then Chris and Courtney leave,
Yes, sir.
but they've
With
left
their children.
Caliyah,
No, they took their children.
took both children now with them when they leave.
Right. Yes, sir.
And that's the last you ever saw of those two children?
No.
When was the
No,
next
sir.
time you saw those two children?
Throughout the time that she was born, I mean, she was only 15 days old. They was coming, bringing her.
I'm talking about the relationship to the day we're talking about.
Oh, no, I did not see him later that day.
So when was the next time you saw the children?
It should have, I'm sure the next day. Because I
Why
was
are you
always
sure
helping
it's the next day?
because I was always around Courtney and Chris. Well, basically.
What else did you
I
want to
helped them with their
ask her?
children.
Did she drop them off on October 1st at your house?
Yes, ma'am.
And they stayed for 2 or 3 days
Yes, ma'am.
until
My
Mr.
uncle.
Bell came and got them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They
That's
stayed
fine,
for
Judge. I
2 to 3
believe the kid
days.
is actually going to testify, so if the
Ah,
judge wants, if you want to instruct the jury to disregard that hearsay.
Anything else from anybody?
Judge, before the jury comes back out, I intend to impeach this witness with a misdemeanor conviction for obstruction. I understand that that usually would not
That's
be,
not a,
except for the fact that it's, her obstruction was making a false statement about the location of Gerald Weatherford.
what's the state have to say about that?
I haven't been served any notice of this, Judge. Just hearing about it right now.
Is it properly certified and everything? Which is-
I believe it's a crime of falsity, Judge.
yeah. Dang. I like when judges get in there though. Yeah, did he say if he could use it or not? Yes, Carmen, you would know all about your bedroom door. Slamming your bedroom door and it getting stuck and then you panicking because you can't get out. I don't know if I'd want her to help if she's got that kind of a situation going on.
Make it easy on each other. Y'all just.
Absolutely.
sit in the seat where he's gotta
Sad.
pull over everybody. Everybody move down that top row. Everybody move to your right on that top row. Okay, y'all may be seated now. Now, Ms. Hahn, I'm going to instruct y'all that all the testimony that you heard before going out, that
Maybe we'll be,
I
there we go.
instructed it, so don't pay any attention to it. Now, you may go forward, Ms. Hahn.
I don't think anybody could follow
On
it.
September the 27th, when the child was picked up, when Caliyah was picked up at the hospital, did you see Chris McNabb and Cortney Bell later on after that?
The day that they had picked her up?
Yes.
No, ma'am, not the afternoon. I did not.
So they did not come to your house at all? Is that what you're testifying?
Not that,
Oh my gosh.
that I remember.
Okay. Do you remember last week saying that they came and dropped the child off for a couple of hours with you?
I remember they came back over there and they stayed over there for a few hours and I said they left and that's when they left and I said that they was supposed to have been, she was dropping off with Melissa Davis too.
Okay, so is it your testimony today that when they came over after they picked up the baby from the hospital, they just came over and hung out with you at your house with the baby?
Basically, pretty much, yes. I mean,
Well,
I don't
basically
remember
or
the
no,
exact
basically,
days.
Yes or no? Okay.
Yes.
They were there?
Yes.
So they did not drop the child off and leave the child in your care?
Not the second time.
Not what?
Not the second time.
What do you mean by the second time?
They had dropped them off earlier that day, just Clarissa. I'm pretty sure they took Caliyah with her.
So they came earlier that day before they went to the hospital
Yes.
and dropped Clarissa off?
Yes, ma'am.
And then they went and picked up their baby at the hospital?
Yes. With whom, I don't know.
And then did they come back to your house?
Yes, they did later. I don't know times or anything.
Did they come back to your house?
Yes, ma'am.
With who?
Just them and the baby.
Them being Chris, Courtney, and the
Oh,
baby?
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Chris and Courtney.
And they stayed at your house for how long?
I figured maybe an hour or so of talking. I mean, I really don't remember. I remember them gathering everything, and they was always on a rush when they were over there, so it's like out the door.
Okay, and then on a rush for what?
I don't know. I never asked why they were leaving right quick most of the time. Now,
Right.
that day, I specifically did not ask where they were going.
Okay,
I did not ask that day. Now, a lot of times, sometimes I'd know that they was running or or I was watching them for a reason, but, I mean, no, not that I recall. I did not ask them when they was walking out the door where they were going.
okay. So when they took the child or children, they took both of them?
Yes, ma'am.
And did they come back again later on, a few days later with the children?
I mean, yes, they was coming over, sometimes to sit for a little bit or drop the kids off for a little bit to me, watch them when they was doing something or something was going on with an argument or something. I
Okay.
watched the children for them.
And you said an argument, did they argue?
Yes, ma'am.
Chris
She
and
had a
Courtney
black
did?
eye.
Yes, Chris and Courtney.
And were you concerned about the children being in the trailer when they were arguing?
Yes, of course.
So, did they come and drop the children off at your residence?
Yes, Courtney knew they would be safe if she dropped them off, and I was just fine with them,
I didn't finish asking the
I'm
question.
sorry.
Did you let me finish? Did they come and drop the children off at your residence on October the 1st?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long did she leave them at your house?
2-3 days.
A
pretty
newborn
su-
baby
Yes, ma'am.
and her 2-year-old daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
And you already had a 12, 9, 8, and 7-year-old at your house?
Yes, ma'am.
And now
It's
at that
so
time,
sad.
were you in communication with Courtney?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, yeah. She would text and check on them and call me and check on them.
Was she out of town?
But I never would ask where she was at or anything. I'm sure she would. I can't say she was out of town because I don't know. I can't say that. I know
Well, I mean,
that.
did she travel for business or anything?
No, ma'am.
Did she even have a car at that time?
Actually, she did have a car. It was a PT Cruiser. Her father, Tim Bell, had gave her.
Okay. And McNabb, he didn't have a car, did he?
No, ma'am.
And you know what kind of activities they were involved in, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that include drugs?
Yes.
So you said that she dropped them off for 2 or 3 days. You don't know where they were during that period of time?
No.
I'll give you a guess. You
And
do.
at
I
some
think
point
she
in time,
does.
Did you inquire where she was or when she was ever going to come back and pick up her newborn baby?
No.
Could you get in touch with her?
I mean, yeah, I could get in touch with her.
Pretty much.
She texts me sometimes and asks. But I never asked when she was coming back or anything because I knew they were safe and when they were with the children, Clarissa and Caliyah.
But at some point in time, you did get frustrated, did you not? That
Yeah,
you didn't know when she was
Yeah,
coming
of
back or
course.
where
I
she
mean, I get
was?
frustrated from time to time, and I had 4 kids already, so I mean that's stressful already.
So did you call your mother on October the 3rd?
Yeah, I got overwhelmed.
And why were you overwhelmed?
I mean, because I had 4 kids, and then plus 2, it was a little stressful, and I just get overwhelmed. I mean, I could have handled it, but I don't know. I guess just sometimes moms, you get a little stressed, and I just needed somebody to cry to and talk to for a minute. So I called my mom, Kim Weatherford, to cry to her and just let all my stress and worries and everything out on her.
Well, it was your stress, but it was also Courtney's children that you were taking care of.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know from raising children that newborns require a lot of attention.
Yes, they do.
And as a result of calling your mother, did Mr. Bell come over to the residence?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And what did he do when he got there?
He was mad. He was mad about the whole situation.
And what did he do?
He wanted his grandkids. And so I gave him his grandchildren. Because I thought that was the right thing to do. I mean,
Did he take both of them at that time?
No, he got Caliyah for me, and at some point when Tim had went over there to confront them about the situation and a couple other things, they got Clarissa from them, from Tim.
So it turns out, when you said you didn't know where they were, or you couldn't attest to whether they were out of town, they were right across the street?
Oh, well, yes, yeah, I mean, well, pretty much, yeah. Now, if they went to like hang out, I don't know all that or who they hung with, so I can't say that.
But on that day, were you aware that they were there at the trailer over there in Eagle Point?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Tim get one of the children?
Yes, he got the oldest one. No, I'm sorry. He got Caliyah, the baby.
Now, did you later on come to regret calling your mom?
I did.
Why is that?
Because I felt like if I would just sucked it up, if I can say that, and dealt with.
I object to the relevance. She's asking how she felt about making a phone call. I object to the relevance. And if she's going to say, I feel like I could have made a difference in what happened, I would ask that not be allowed.
Ms. On?
Judge, I think it goes to the credibility of her testimony today. I think it also goes to explain, the conflict that she's got today testifying against her
I'll allow the question.
cousin. Okay, so why was it that you regretted calling Tim?
Because I feel like it stirred up everything. I've blamed myself the whole time. Like, maybe if I would have just dealt with it a different way, or I don't know. I just feel like I made that phone call that day to my mom, and Kim Weatherford, and when she called her brother Tim Bell, everything got out of control, and I blamed myself the whole time. I feel like maybe I pissed him off, or pissed them, I don't know.
But you never had any concern about the two children's, or did you have any concern at all about the two children's safety?
All the time.
With Tim?
No, never with Tim. Never.
But with Cortney and McNabb, you did?
Yes. I knew my uncle would take care of them. It's just, I didn't really give him a hard time that day because I knew they would be okay.
Now, you indicated that there's
so
a person
sad.
by the name of Melissa Davis. Who is that?
It was, I guess, an acquaintance, you would say, of Courtney. And then my brother is, actually has a, I don't know how you would word it. He dates her daughter, Diane.
Okay. And where did Melissa Davis live?
She also lived right across the street. I don't know if you would call it Eagles Point, but it was like apartments right next door to their park.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 124. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Melissa's house.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the apartment that she lived
Definitely.
in right
Yes.
across the street?
Yes, ma'am.
And I offer State's 124 into evidence?
Submitted without objection.
Okay. Is that what I just showed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And which one of those apartments was Melissa's?
The one with the trash can right in front of it, that would be her door to the left.
Okay, I think, if I'm not mistaken, all of them have trash cans in front of them. I could be wrong.
Oh,
Which, is it on the left or the right side of the photograph?
I guess I was calling that white one on the bottom of the trash can.
Okay, I see that one. Okay.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Oh, where the truck's parked?
No.
I believe she's pointing to this one, Judge. This white trash can. Is that correct?
Yeah, where her finger's at.
So the first one.
Yeah, that was calling that a trash can. I guess that's our bucket or whatever that is.
Okay.
Now, do you know whether your
Interesting.
mother, Kim, went on that October 3rd date to go see Courtney after she left?
The house that she found
No,
oh,
when Tim came over, when Tim came over to get the girls, and he was able to get one of the girls to take home, Do you know Kim, your mother? Is
Right.
your mother's name Kim?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she go to wherever Courtney was?
She did locate Courtney. I don't know through who, and found her at a residence. I don't know the lady's name, and I could not tell you the address.
Sure.
But I know she tracked Rissa down because she was worried about Rissa and wanted to get her to Tim Bell.
All right, this time I'm going to tender State's Exhibit number 12, which is just the smaller diagram of the blow-up that State's Exhibit 13. I'd also tender State's Exhibit number 13, which is the big diagram.
No objection.
No objection. Both are admitted without objection.
Now, the father of your children, who is that?
Josh Charles.
Okay. And Craig Weatherford is your brother, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he currently in custody right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where he's at?
He was in Chulton. They just moved him to Newton County recently.
Okay, and that's for this trial,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
All right. And do you know whether or not Craig and Diane were involved in drugs around this time?
They were. I mean, no, Craig Weatherford, what my brother was. Diane, I really cannot say she was. I cannot.
What about
Never heard
Melissa
or seen her.
Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have for this witness. Judge.
Order. Thank you. Have a swirl. Exactly sure, but you live fairly close to the mobile home park, Eagle Point, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you live with a friend named Brittany?
Yes.
And 4 kids?
Yes, sir.
And back in 2017, your kids were 12, 10, 9, and 7.
Yes, sir.
The 12-year-old, is that a boy or girl?
It's a boy.
The 12-year-old, was he able to kind of help you around the house some at 12?
He did.
Okay. And the 7-year-old, is that a boy or girl?
It's a girl.
Be at an age where she could kind of play with Clarissa?
I mean, yeah. I mean, both my girls love to play with Clarissa. They loved her.
And your other girl was 9 or 10?
They're,
Your other girl was 10?
yes.
Okay. So your 7-year-old and your 10-year-old, during that period of time, they liked to play with Clarissa?
Yeah, well, more my oldest daughter, I mean, because she takes it with younger children.
Okay. All right. Was there any, do you have any issues with her, your 10-year-old, playing with Clarissa or even Caliyah?
No, sir.
She wasn't any kind of danger to them or
Oh,
anything
no,
like that?
I wouldn't allow her to be able to play with her like that if I saw that. No.
Right. So you knew that Caliyah was born on September 23rd, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then Courtney stayed in the hospital a couple of days. Does that sound fair?
I think a day, maybe 2, but I'm not sure.
And then Caliyah stayed a couple more days after Courtney.
I believe she was in there 4 days, but don't quote me on that.
Right. So somewhere in the area of September 27th would be the day they picked up Caliyah. Is that?
Yes, sir.
Not holding you to the date, but it's somewhere in that area. Is that- okay. And you said you had heard some hearsay, but you don't know who went with them to the hospital. But you do know that they dropped Clarissa, the 2-year-old, they dropped her off with you when they went to pick up Caliyah.
Right.
And then when they came back to your house, they had Caliyah with them and nobody else. Is that correct?
No. I didn't have people like that at my house.
Yeah, no, Chris.
Oh, Chris and Courtney.
Chris and
Yes.
Courtney brought Caliyah.
Yeah.
So Chris and Courtney dropped Clarissa off at your house. They went to the hospital and picked up Caliyah. Then
Right.
Chris and Courtney came back to your house with Caliyah. They stayed for an hour, visited, you got to see the baby. Then they left, Chris and Courtney left with Clarissa and Caliyah.
Yes, sir.
And you said you heard something about going to Melissa Davis's house, but you do not know for sure.
No.
Okay, that's correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. And then you said you probably saw them the next day. You probably saw Chris, Courtney, Caliyah, and Clarissa the next day.
Yes.
Because between the 27th or so, whenever she was released from the hospital, until October 7th, you saw them almost every day. Is that correct?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. And sometimes they would leave you with her for short periods of time, and you took care of,
Oh.
they would leave Caliyah and Clarissa with you for short periods of time, and you would help take care of them. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, sometime around October 1st, Cortney, not with Chris, but Cortney herself dropped off Caliyah and Clarissa, and they stayed with you that night. Is that correct?
Courtney and Chris was always together.
Okay, so on October 1st, they were together. And they dropped Caliyah and Clarissa off with you sometime around October 1st.
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Bell came and got the girls, Clarissa and Caliyah, on October 3rd.
Yes.
So at most, we're talking about 48 hours that they were with you. Is that fair?
Yeah.
All right. Could have been less than 48 hours.
No.
Okay. Could not have been more than 48 because you said it was October 1st.
Right.
Okay. During that time, you said Courtney dropped the girls off because she knew that she would be safe with me. They would be safe with me. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And they were safe with you, were they not?
Yes, they were.
There's nothing in your house, your friend Brittany, your kids, nothing was was going to be a harm to the kids while they were with you.
Definitely not.
All right. And you had plenty of food,
Yes, sir.
place to sleep, things of that nature.
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Bell became involved because you told your mother you were getting overwhelmed with the extra two children.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Bell, I believe the first thing he did, he picked up Clarissa, the 2-year-old, and took her down to see Courtney and Chris. Is that fair?
I don't know if that's what he was doing. He was going to confront them.
Okay.
My
Exactly.
papa took Caliyah and he went down there.
Okay. You sure it wasn't Calissa that he took? And then-
Clarissa's the oldest one.
Right. He took her
He
first.
took her, that's how they got her.
Right. He took her first, and at some point, he went back and he got Caliyah. Is that fair?
No.
Okay.
My grandfather and him both was at my house that day.
Okay.
And they came in my papa's PT Cruisers. There's 2 PT Cruisers involved.
Mm-hmm.
One is my uncle's. The other one is Courtney and Chris's PT Cruiser that my uncle was basically gave to him.
Okay. All right. So what, did they pick both of the children up at the same time?
Right, from my home.
From your home. So you.
And Tim, went to Courtney and them's house, and my papa took the baby, which is Caliyah,
Okay.
with him.
Okay, so they took both children at that one time?
Yeah, they took them both.
And then whatever happened between Courtney and Tim, that didn't have anything to do with you? You didn't, other than hearing about it, you don't have anything to do with that the rest of the time?
No, other than phone calls and checking on them, I did.
Okay. So you did call and check?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that Clarissa and Caliyah returned back to the home of Courtney and Chris on October 6th, Friday?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see them that day?
No.
All right. I think that's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Frost?
That was very confusing.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Or, yes, it actually is afternoon. When you watch the kids, Clarissa and Caliyah, or just Clarissa before Caliyah was born, were they either both or when it was just one child, Clarissa, were the children, when they were brought to you, clean,
Yeah.
fed?
Yeah.
Did Courtney bring food, formula?
She'd always make sure they had their diaper bag and.
Okay.
No.
So she didn't just dump them off in dirty diapers and see you later?
No.
Okay. And would you say that your cousin had some things going on at
Yeah.
that period of time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And was among those, was there some violence going on between?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Between who?
Courtney and Chris.
And this day that I think Ms. Zahn focused on, did she have any bruising visible that day?
Which one?
I believe it was the Wednesday or the Thursday before.
Which child?
I thought he was talking about
Courtney.
Courtney.
Yes, she always had bruises on her.
Oh, well, good.
Did you ever discuss that with her?
We have a few times. I've confronted her about it a few times, but I mean, I went through abuse myself, so I didn't really have to ask me any questions. I could tell.
In the relationship?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As opposed to, say, parental abuse?
Oh, yeah.
Like, not when you were a little kid, but
No,
as
no,
an
no, no. I'm
adult.
talking about being an adult. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I just want to make sure I clarified that for the jury. And you said Courtney knew the children were safe with you. Do you think that with what she had going on, whatever that might have been in addition to the issue she had, do you think it was better for the children to be with you than to be in the trailer
Yes.
with all that chaos? And
They was out of the chaos and the argument. I mean,
100%.
that way Courtney and Chris could deal with whatever was going on. Courtney knew that.
And
They would be okay while whatever they were doing or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
even if that was stuff like drugs.
Yes, that's what I mean.
All right, that's all I've got. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Zahn?
Did you see a black eye on her face on the day that Tim Bell came to the house to pick up the babies?
Yes, ma'am.
On Cortney Bell's face?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you had baby Caliyah at your house for those couple of days, she would have only been just a few days old. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you hold that child?
Yes, loved her.
Did you hold that child to your chest?
I always laid her on my chest, and it was like a settling thing to her. It helped me to hold her. To get, everybody loves baby lovings. I enjoyed every minute of it, and I just lay around sometimes when the kids were playing and just let her sleep on my chest or while I was watching TV. I enjoyed it.
Did Mr. McNabb ever see you do this?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he make any statement to you?
He did.
What'd he
Once
say?
when him and Courtney came by to pick the girls up. I was holding her and had her laying on my chest, and he walked in. He was actually the first one through the door, and Courtney was like right behind him. And he said, "Look, Courtney, she acts like she's actually enjoying this shit."
Thank you. That's all I have.
Oh, I just wanted to hit him in the face.
You are related to Courtney. She's your cousin.
Yes, sir.
And between Courtney and Chris, you'd be closer to Courtney than you would be to Chris. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Whoa, wait. What did I think I might just said that backwards.
Okay.
You were closer to Courtney than you are to Chris. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think I might have said that backwards
sorry.
first.
Did you see that look he just was giving her? Like, she's over there with a blank stare with nothing happening, like a shark, their eyes are just dark and soulless. And he's over there looking at her like, wait till I get my hands on you. That look was awful. Wow. I take back everything he was distraught, but I think now I'm beginning to think it was fake because I think that was horrible. This poor woman, that child had more love from from Megan than from him or her mother. And then he wants to come in and say something like that when she spent no time with her parents. She had to bond with somebody. Oh my gosh, that was awful. Yes, the grin, everything was awful.
First time. Okay. Now, you are the Megan Lynn Sorrells that was convicted on July 5th of 2012 of obstruction of an officer in the Superior Court of Newton
That's
County.
correct.
Is that correct? Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Defendant Exhibit M5.
No objection, Judge.
Submitted without objection.
I swear every time they move the camera, we start having these issues. So just keep it. We just won't see anything.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. Sorrells, what was that conviction for?
It was for my brother, and he was found not guilty on that charge.
I mean, but what was it that you were found guilty of?
Obstruction of a police officer.
All right. Was it a misdemeanor, felony?
It was, they came out to look for my brother.
I'm sorry, which one?
I'm sorry, Craig Weatherford.
No.
the-
Which misdemeanor?
Did you get months or years?
Oh,
Dear Lord.
I just got probation and a
Did you-
fine.
Was it a month sentence or a year sentence?
It was a year sentence, I'm sorry.
Counted in months?
Yes, sir.
That's a misdemeanor, Mr. Frost.
I'm sorry.
So it was a misdemeanor obstruction of an officer. And you lied about the location to try to protect Gerald?
I wouldn't answer the officer's question, and my brother was in my bathroom.
Okay.
And that's how I received that charge. I didn't say a word, and I wouldn't answer them, so they said that that's what I was gonna get.
All right. And is that in any way, do you stand by your testimony here today?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, you may step.
She started off pretty shaky.
What you got?
Here, Judge. Ma'am, so you were convicted of lying to the police and obstructing an investigation in order to protect a family member. Is that fair?
Well, I didn't answer him, so I mean, if that's a lie, I mean, if you call that lying.
You obstructed justice by trying to protect a family member.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else from anybody? You may step down. We're gonna take our lunch and recess at this time. I'm gonna instruct y'all that, leave all your notes here. And when you go out to lunch, don't discuss this case with anybody, let anybody discuss it with you.
Why are we already on the
By time you're out
ceiling?
Back, it's 12:18 now. I'm gonna give you the 1:45. So
Just
you
wanna
get
make-
out, have your lunch and come on back. You're gonna have to go through the metal detector, so try to get here a little bit before 1:45, so you can make it up, because I can't start till y'all get here.
And leave your knives and guns in the car.
Excuse you till 1:45. Again, don't look at anything, read anything, go on social media or any of those things. But please leave your notes and y'all may leave.
I just want to see if they're going to say anything after they excuse them for lunch. Nope. Okay. So I think she started off really, really shaky. And I was just not even really believing her, but I think she kind of brought it back around. Her not answering questions, her literally not saying anything to the police, if that's what happened, then okay. Unless if her brother wasn't supposed to be there, whatever, they didn't go into any of that, which wouldn't be relevant. They just wanted to make her look like a liar. Might get where we're going. There's a little baby right there. So sad. Huh. That guy got more tattoos from the time they were charged from his mugshot to where he is now. Yeah, that judge is probably getting some of that vodka water that we saw in the Tyrone Tucker trial. Alrighty. But yep, there's a sweet little girl. 15 whole days of life with her. And they didn't spend any of it, hardly. Sorry, I just know this cameraman's going to jump back on me. I didn't go that far back. But also, if you're here and you haven't hit that like and subscribe button, please do. I am one away from having 500 subscribers. So don't unsubscribe. My husband just threatened to do that. It didn't go well for him. He said, if I unsubscribe, will you be at $4.98? I'm like, yep, and you'll be single. Yeah, I don't know where those, has a lot more tattoos since they arrested him. Judge is hydrating.
Court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You can have a seat. Just pull up close to that microphone. Okay. Can you state your name for the record?
Deputy Joshua Hicks,
Okay, where are you employed?
Newton County Sheriff's Office.
And were you working there back on October 7th, 2017?
I was.
Okay. And what were your duties with the Newton County Sheriff's Office?
To answer calls for service, conduct traffic stops, and whatever else the sheriff may have us do.
And did you respond out on that date to a 12145 Highway 36?
I did.
Is that here in Newton County?
It is.
Okay, and what time did you arrive on scene?
Approximately 10:30.
And what was that in reference to?
A missing child.
And upon arrival, what did you first observe?
Lot 31 at the trailer park, and I went and met with the complainant, Cortney Bell.
Okay. What did you speak with Miss Cortney Bell?
I did.
Okay. Do you see Cortney Bell in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you point her out by something that she's wearing and where she's seated?
She's to my right, and she's wearing a black, looks like a dress.
Okay. Let the record reflect what is identified the defendant.
Let the record so show.
I guess when you spoke with her, what did she tell you?
She said that her child went missing earlier that morning around 10:30, that she was woke up by her daughter, her 2-year-old daughter, yelling, "Sissy, sissy." And when she went to the back, her child was gone. That her husband, or the father of her child, had then left to go look for her.
Okay, so she, I guess, said that 10:30 was when she noticed the child was missing?
That's correct.
Or around that time? Okay. I guess, what time did she say that she had last seen the child before then?
Around 5 or so that morning.
What was her demeanor when you first arrived?
I would say sporadic.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
And she would be calm, collected, and then as she began describing what happened to the child, she'd start to panic a little bit, and then she would go right back down to being calm, collected.
Thank you.
Did
Appreciate
she
it.
indicate who else was in the home that night or morning?
She said her 2-year-old, Clarissa, Christopher McNabb, and herself and Caliyah,
And who was Christopher McNabb, I guess?
the father of her child.
And was Christopher McNabb there when you arrived?
He was not.
Okay, where was he at?
She stated he was out looking for Caliyah.
Okay, where did she state that he was out looking for her?
She wasn't sure. She said he left around, believes, towards Highway 36 area.
At that time that you spoke with her, did she indicate whether or not she suspected anyone of coming in her house?
She was adamant that she didn't suspect anybody would come in and take her child.
And did you notice any signs of forced entry at that time?
I did not.
After speaking with Cortney Bell and getting her initial statement, I guess, what did you do at that point?
We searched the house extensively, myself, Corporal Walden, and Deputy James. We searched the inside of the house, the surrounding parts of the house. We did about probably 3 to 4 different searches, checking every area where Caliyah may have been, and then we came back to the where we initially started searching.
And you spoke about a couple other officers that were out there with you, or those just other officers that responded on scene?
The Deputy James was actually the one I was training that day, so she was already in the vehicle with me. Corporal Walden was one of the supervisors that responded.
And were you a field training officer at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that really mean?
Pretty much any person that comes out of the academy and goes to patrol, they have to ride with an FTO, and they have to be pretty much trained in every part of the job that you may have to do.
Okay, and you said FTO. When you say that, you're referring to a field training officer, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I guess you indicated that you sort of searched around the trailer, or in the trailer, then around the trailer. You eventually came back to the trailer. At that point, I guess, did you ever, during this search, did you come in contact with Christopher McNabb?
Not during the initial search.
Okay. At any point did you come in contact with Christopher McNabb?
I did.
Okay, and do you know when that was?
It was approximately 24 to 30 minutes after being on scene.
And do you see Christopher McNabb in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you identify him by something he's wearing and where he's seated?
He's wearing a black suit directly in front of me. Looks to be a blue shirt.
Okay, and let the record reflect that witnesses identified the defendant.
Let the record so show.
When you first made contact with him, where did he come from?
The area of Highway 36.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as, or I'm going to place on the Elmo what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 16. Okay. Can you see that clearly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if this is the trailer park right here, where, I guess, can you point, you should be able to draw on your screen. Can you point sort of what direction he was coming from? And if you can't, if you'll give me, okay, now.
Is it drawn?
There you go. Okay, so he was there when you first saw him, or?
He was a little further down, but that was the area
Okay,
about right there.
okay,
But he was coming from that direction.
okay. All right, and I guess can you press clear up there? It only works from your screen.
All right.
And when you first made contact with him, I guess, what did you notice about him?
He was wet. He had looked like green stuff you might get from walking through the woods, and he was extremely nervous.
I guess you said that he was nervous. Can you describe his demeanor?
Fidgety, like going in and out of his pockets, looking left, looking right.
And I guess, did you speak with him at all?
I did.
What did he indicate that he had been doing?
He stated he was looking for Caliyah.
Okay. Did he tell you where he had been looking for Caliyah?
He stated he went through this area of the trailer park, or the wooded line right here through the trailer park, checked that area towards Henderson Mill Road.
Okay. And just, can you press clear again? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If this is their home right here, the one that they were living in.
Oh, are you?
Is that,
No, ma'am. I believe theirs was actually up here.
okay. So you're saying you made contact with him up in this area?
Yeah, that was where we initially made contact.
And did you eventually walk with him somewhere to sort of get the exact location of where he had gone?
Right. I asked him at what point of the woods did he make entry to go start looking for Caliyah, and he took me about right here and showed me that's where he went in. We didn't actually go in the woods at the time, but I just wanted him to show me where he initially went in.
Okay. And if this is if this was the easement where the power line would be, is that where he took you to, or did he show you up here somewhere in the wood line?
Could have been a little further down.
Okay. But you didn't actually go into the woods with him?
No, ma'am. Not
Okay.
I did not.
Okay. Could he indicate why he decided to look for his 14-day-old baby in the woods?
He never really gave a reason as to why.
And during all of these sort of interactions that we've talked about, did you have your body camera on?
I did.
And is that, I guess, how does that work?
You wear it on your chest area. It's got a cord that goes to what I had was what they call an eye level type camera, and you turn it on. It'll go into a buffering state, and once it's done buffering, to record, you double click on the middle of it, and then you hold down until It beeps to turn off.
And so that's something you have to turn on before you start, or when you go out to a call or something like that.
That's correct.
Okay, it doesn't automatically record every single thing that you're doing all day long?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. And I guess when it starts recording, does the body camera video back up a little bit?
Backs up 30 seconds.
Okay, and during those 30 seconds, does it cut out some of the audio's not recording?
Yeah, you won't be able to hear the last 30 seconds.
Okay. All right, may I approach the witness?
Right.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 89. Do you recognize this?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
As my initials on the body-worn camera video.
Okay, is this your body-worn camera video?
It is.
From October 7, 2017?
It is.
And have you had a chance to review this?
I have.
And when you reviewed it, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that took place on October 7, 2017?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, I return your State's Exhibit 89 at this time.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And Judge, I also have a stipulation to read at this time, if I may.
You may.
Sometimes redactions must be made to body camera videos. Redactions are part of a video that are removed or skipped over. This could be for a variety of reasons, including that there are lag times in the video that are not relevant, or because the parties have agreed that certain hearsay is inadmissible. You are only to concern yourself with the portions of the videos that are displayed.
Agreed to by the attorneys.
This should be better body cam video than we normally get, since they wear theirs up here. It's eye level, so we should be able to see, and they can't obstruct it with their hands and whatever else they're doing when it's on their chest. So hopefully this will be decent. Hopefully the audio is good too.
For the record, I'll be playing Hicks' initial arrival first.
Thank you, I will. Good. I'm glad. Thank you.
I believe I didn't have the sound playing, so I'm going to back it up and start it from the beginning.
Hate to tell you, but the sound's still not playing.
Judge, Deputy Hicks first testified that there will be a 30-second lag at the
understand that.
beginning.
Is that what's happening?
I'm sorry, yes.
You made it sound like you're gonna put it back to the beginning and we didn't hear sound.
Judge is a little testy after that last witness, or 2 witnesses ago. He got mad at that Megan. Or annoyed. Frustrated, maybe is a better word. There it is.
Sheriff's office. Yes. Okay, I'll go sleep right here. My husband fell asleep. Well, he's not my husband, but he's my baby's father. My husband fell asleep right there. My child, my 2-year-old was back here at the top of the bed. My baby was asleep in her sleeper. The last time I woke up with her was around 5. Her package on the floor, her and her blanket's gone. I looked everywhere. My 2-year-old came in and said she's gone.
Where was your 2-year-old sleeping?
Right there.
Right here?
Yes. I looked all in his clothes. I don't know where else to look.
And who would have possibly come and got her?
No one. I called my grandparents. I called my dad. I called anybody that would have came and got her. He went around the park to look for her. There's my cousin. I don't know where else. 12? 1 month. 2 weeks old. Yes. I don't know where else to look.
Well, that's not like, couldn't have got up and walked away?
Where else to look?
Exactly.
I thought, Amy had, the child's father not looking for the child.
Yes.
She's walking.
Well, that's what I'm saying, maybe she does. But she does pick her up and tow her places. That's
Who?
my 2-year-old.
Who does?
My 2-year-old.
You let a 2-year-old pick up and tote a 2-week-old baby around? Give me a break.
I ran her.
Start looking.
I hope she wasn't in the oven.
We're checking the house. Portable radio issues, we're checking the house right now. Okay.
She ain't gonna cry. Why? Listen, I don't know why she don't cry. Where's Leah? Always run. We woke up together. My child, my 2-year-old woke us up together. And he went walking because my 2-year-old said somebody hit him.
Yeah. What did you?
That's not
Was your
nice.
husband actually here? Did you actually see him leave
Yes.
to go look for the baby?
Y'all got the wrong idea.
No, we're trying to clarify. We're trying to clarify.
My 2-year-old woke us up together. When he went, I seen him back there to check on her while I was loving on her because she was freaking out. I didn't understand why she was freaking out. She was standing right here, crying. I was laying right here. My husband was asleep right there.
Okay. What time did y'all go to bed?
I mean, we fell asleep the last time we got up with her around 5 something.
5 this
We
morning?
didn't even mean to fall asleep, yes.
Okay, and she was in that crib back there?
Yes.
Or that little bed?
Yes.
With your 2-year-old?
Yes, sir.
At 5 this morning?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that black eye? That was pretty bad. And also, when police come to your house and a 2-week-old baby's missing, there's only a couple of options. Somebody was, you hear those crimes where women follow pregnant women around and steal their babies. There's that. Or, the only other place they can really kind of go is you guys did something. If you can't, if number one isn't an option and you've ruled out grandparents, cousin, and everybody else that lives around there having her, just coming in your house and getting her for that matter. It's like, her thinking, well, don't even go there. Well, where else are they supposed to go?
Were y'all sleeping on this bed?
No, we just did this, looking for her.
Why would...
Yes, and the first place you wouldn't think would be the woods. Let's go look in the woods.
What time is it now? What time? 10:52. You noticed she was gone about, 15 minutes ago, right?
About 20 minutes.
15 to 20 minutes ago.
Yes, sir.
10:52. $10:52, 10:32, 10:32, 9:57 radio. Radio, just advising, we're looking at a time frame between 5 a.m. this morning and about 10:32 this morning. Temple. Hey, you want to start a K-9? Well, maybe the clothing or whatever, that's what I'm saying. Maybe they'll be able to pick up a clothing, a diaper or something, and maybe be able to track off of that. Just at least say if she's near here.
Except I think he showed up, Hamilton.
I doubt it. It's a baby. Two weeks old.
there's only like 4 cars between them. Well, I've never seen it for, think about that now. You know, when I said it was passing that last entrance. We're also seeing being located at the Lake Mile Range stand occupied the courthouse. No, I do not really have one. The vehicle's gonna be at the park. He says it's probably on at least on 4 over. He says it's very dark green. Yeah, dark green, 4 on each side. I'm not sure which one to do. Melissa Davis, for one female, 50 years of age, is on the apartment. I ain't got no contact that car came out of here, kind of me, North Green.
Melissa came to help me look for her.
Did y'all both got up and went and looked and discovered at the same time?
I was loving on my 2-year-old because she was freaked out and
Okay.
I didn't understand why. Then she started talking about baby Sissy. And I was going to make her check on her. We woke up together. I was going to make their check on her and he's like, she's not here. She's not in here.
When she called me, I was like, was she crying or anything prior to
I
that?
haven't heard her. No.
Any kind of medical issue she was having, complications?
No complications. She's perfect. She's 5 pounds.
5 pounds? Was she premature?
I went to the doctor yesterday.
5 pounds. It's little.
This is kind of like our storage room and everything's in here and it's a mess. We go through it all the time. And you don't know where else to look. Leah!
And you don't have any idea who would have taken her?
No.
Nobody? Well, yeah, do whatever you can do to try to get in contact with him. We need to talk to him. Where's he at? Where did, I mean, what did he leave in a vehicle? And what's the baby's name? Caliyah. Caliyah what? Nevaeh? Caliyah Nevaeh.
They call her Cal. It was just me, my 2-year-old, Caliyah, and Chris. Everybody's looking everywhere, she is not here. Is that her stepmom? Yeah. I mean, that's my first dog. She put her somewhere, but nowhere is she. All right, I was just letting you know in case you had her. Let me go off the phone, please.
I'd hate to see what that place looked like before she cleaned it up like her dad told her to. And he said she did.
Yeah. Basic. I went to the closet, every box in the house, I looked in the trash can.
She's seriously just sitting on the couch.
Said you did lift the couch already?
And I've been through that room right here 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
I've been through it once. I've been through it about 2 times. It's nothing.
Child's been with another relative for the last couple of days, right?
My dad and my grandparents.
Been with them until last night.
But then I called the police to my friend's house where we went, and Officer Bartlett said to, instead of involving these guys, to let my 2-year-old
What address was that, do you know?
1873 Woodlawn, maybe. I think that's the right digit, I'm not sure.
1837? That's not the address.
And then Officer Bartlett told us instead of involving these guys, to let my 2-year-old go to my dad's house for a couple days and just to let it all blow over.
When did this happen? Tuesday?
Hey, are you good with me checking this area?
I'm sorry?
Are you good with me going and checking this area, wherever he was supposedly walking?
We can check it, but,
So if you plan on getting my dog over here or not, because if you do, I don't want to mess up any type of track.
I think, Bean was trying to talk to somebody about a dog.
Oh, I'm not going in the woods then.
Dog, you,
Me.
we got
I
K-9.
don't.
We want to sort of get an idea what Dad wants, so what we're gonna do from the K-9 incident. Well, it's not that Dad will take you exactly around, but, he said he was up in the woods. Maybe you can sort of walk him up there and get a direction of the woods. He said he's money.
Okay. Dad, do me a favor, walk with me. Where did you go? I just want you to kind of give me a general idea. So
I went straight through, there's a cut that goes straight through the woods.
do me a favor and walk over there, okay? You said you walked through the cut because it cuts to Henderson Mill?
I was concerned about that. I don't know, I should do.
Said earlier, nobody's accusing you of anything. Right now, we're just trying to figure out where this 2-year-old is,
No.
and we need your help. 2 weeks, I'm sorry.
I mean, I have no idea.
I don't want you to go into the woods, but just give me a generalized that you went through right here.
I went through and went straight. It's like pretty much clear all the way through straight. It comes straight out of Henderson Mill.
Okay. And then you went all the way.
Like, see, if you step back right here,
Uh-huh.
you look through that cut, it goes straight through, and you can see Henderson Mill Road once you get halfway down.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I took a flashlight and everything, just to,
Okay.
you know.
To look around. You got it.
For the record, I'm now going to play the Hicks with McNabb.
You keep reaching in your pockets. I'm just curious if you had anything else. Oh, you're good. You're good. Okay. Do me a favor, stand here and just kind of communicate with this deputy right here.
I'm going to end at 11 seconds in. So your body camera sort of ends when you're getting the story from McNabb of the route that he had taken. What did you do after that?
We waited for Deputy Bowles to get there with Canine Elvis.
Okay. And I guess, did you, at some point, was an investigator called out on the
Yes,
scene?
ma'am.
Okay. And I guess, did he arrive on the scene?
He did.
Okay. Did you brief him of what was going on?
I did.
Okay. Is that because, well, I guess, were you considered the first responding officer?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said that, I guess, Deputy Bowles was coming out with Deputy Elvis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is Deputy Elvis the K-9?
He is.
Okay. Did you stick around once they got there?
I did.
Okay. I guess, without getting too into detail about what the K-9 does, is he a tracking dog or something like that?
He is.
Okay. Were you present while Deputy Bowles and Deputy Elvis sort of did their tracking of the area?
Was.
Okay. And I guess after watching I'm sorry. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on State's Exhibit 16. Yes, after watching the video, I guess right before the break you said that this was sort of the area that he had walked. Is that or where he pointed at? I'm sorry. Okay, if this is the lot 31 where y'all were searching,
Right
here, okay. It appears on your body cam you sort of walk down the road and he shows you.
Right, he showed us the cut right here. It cuts to Henderson Mill Road.
Can you sort of or try to draw a line where you're talking about? Is it working? Okay.
You probably won't see this.
Okay, now try.
Cameraman.
Okay. When, I guess, Deputy Bowles and Deputy Elvis arrived, and again, I don't want to get too much into sort of like how the tracking works, all of that kind of stuff, but you stayed within the whole time, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did the K-9 track in sort of that same general area?
He did.
Okay. And what happened, I guess, after that search was, or after that one track with the K-9?
We went back to the command post, and we had another team, Alpha team, come in, and they were going to assist in the search.
Okay. And I guess were the Alpha team or Deputy Elvis, were they able to locate the body or locate the child at that time?
They were not.
Okay. And I guess during the track of the Alpha team, what happened during that? I guess were you present for that search as well?
I was for the second part.
Okay.
The second part of it, I pretty much waited right here, and then wherever the search went from that point on, I went with Alpha Team 2, because Deputy Bowles was with Alpha Team 1, and they pretty much did the same track, going through the woods right there, and they had me standing by.
Okay. After that search with Alpha team, what did y'all do?
Went back to the command post, which at that point had been moved to High Point Baptist Church, which was, it initially was in the actual trailer park, and we moved it over to High Point Baptist.
Sorry. Why was it moved to High Point?
For a bigger area, bigger staging area.
Do you remember what day of the week this was?
No, ma'am.
Does Saturday sound correct?
It does sound correct.
Okay. And did all of the events that we've talked about today, did those take place on that one particular day, on October 7th?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what the weather was like that day?
Looked cloudy.
Kind of
and rainy.
cloudy. I believe it had rained a little bit that day. But during the track, I believe it was clear. I don't remember it raining while we were actually tracking.
Okay, and after you said you went back to the command post, what did you do after that?
I waited to be pretty much dismissed by the commander of it.
Okay, at some point were you dismissed?
I was.
Okay. Did you have any further involvement in this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay, no further questions.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
All right.
Would you mind pushing clear on that one? Thank you, sir. So you first received a complaint about a child missing. What was the actual nature of the call?
It was a missing person, missing child.
And you were training Deputy James at that point?
Yes.
In the video, was Deputy James the one driving the car?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a female?
That's correct.
Okay. So you and her were the first ones to respond to the scene?
Yes.
And then the larger, older man was that Deputy Walden?
Corporal Walden,
Corporal,
yes.
yeah, I'm sorry, I'm terrible with ranks, but Corporal Walden. And he's a more senior patrol officer, is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
Okay. And so the three of you were there for several minutes before anybody else got there. Is that correct?
Yes.
So as a responding officer, there's several things you're trying to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
You want to find out what's going on from the complainant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you want to make sure the scene is safe.
Yes.
And at some point, you're also helping look for the child.
Yes.
Now, since you're a field training officer, that means you were completely trained at the time.
Yes.
And to do that, you go through police training, law enforcement training.
Yes, I go to the same academy she went to and go through the same field training process.
Right. Which academy did you attend?
Athens Regional Academy.
Okay. And when did you graduate or complete that?
December of 2013.
All right. And where have you worked since that time?
Patrol, and I'm currently assigned to the SWAT division and the warrant unit.
Okay. And that's all with Newton County?
It is.
Okay. So for 6 years, you've been on either patrol or SWAT, or you've been working as a deputy in Newton County.
Yes.
And you've have to receive updated training as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
So were you qualified to conduct a search in this case as you did? In other words, were you trained and qualified to respond to this scene and help out?
Yes.
Right. And did you do everything you could to the best of your ability?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You earlier noted that you thought maybe the trailer was this one, and that you may have cut through in this kind of area here. Is that fair?
Based on my initial
Right.
look.
You just looked at the wrong one, but that's what you said earlier. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, but then after looking at the video, you can see that it was actually this trailer here. Is that right? That was the trailer where that you responded to. Is that correct? When we first talked, you thought it might have been that trailer, but after looking at the video, it appears that it's actually this trailer. Is that correct?
It's possible.
Okay. And then you and Mr. McNabb actually walked in this direction over to this house here, and there's a gap in the fence right beside the house. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And he pointed you in a direction this way as to where he initially walked. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And after looking at the video, you determined that it was actually this pathway right here.
We would like to determine
that
stuff too.
He showed you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And according to Mr. McNabb, he traveled to Henderson Mill Road, then he went up to the church, and then came back down Highway 36. Is that right?
Yes.
And then he came back down the Trailer Park Road, and that's where you saw him initially.
Yes.
And he was speaking with,
Excuse me, Drew, for a second. If y'all mind stepping out there.
Ooh, what's going on? I was gonna draw you a map since we can't see what they're doing. It's like, oh, so you went here and then down here and then over here, because it would make about as much sense as what we're getting to see right now. And you guys, you chat. You guys are making me laugh at inappropriate moments. Yes, they've all just determined what alpha team means. That's
For a short period of time, let me see all the attorneys in chambers.
ooh. Ah, what happened? He just took the attorneys to chambers. It was a team effort to figure it all out. But I knew you guys could do it. I swear, I must have been half asleep when I did timestamps this morning.
Okay, y'all may be seated. We're ready now, Mr. Carter, to proceed.
I don't know. He
Deputy Hicks,
cleared the courtroom and took
talking about
everybody
the
to
fact that
chambers.
You had training in doing this. You went and you spoke with Mr. McNabb, and you guys walked. Again, you've had a chance to review. So you do believe this is the trailer we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
So this Highway 31. You and Mr. McNabb walked along this road to here, and he showed you this cut through that there are power lines overhead, right?
I don't recall seeing power lines.
That's the cut through that he showed you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you, again with your finger, show us where from the road where he said he walked? Okay. All right. All right, thank you, sir. Now, after that, you did some other duties, but one of those was to get a tracking dog.
Yes.
And Deputy Bowles is the, I don't know what he is, he's in charge of the tracking dog.
Yes, he was the canine officer that day.
And you call the dog Deputy Elvis.
Yes.
Okay. And Deputy Elvis came out, and do you recall that Deputy Elvis was given a piece of Caliyah's clothing to track on?
Yes.
Did you see that happen?
I did, but I can't recall what it was.
Okay. Had you been trained at all in tracking, use of dogs for tracking?
The only thing I was trained with was just to make sure what not to do.
Okay, all right. What are some of the things you're not supposed to do?
Like walk in the woods where you may be tracking.
Okay, all right. And did you follow Deputy Bowles and Deputy Elvis where Deputy Elvis tracked?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say that that track went exactly the area you just pointed that Mr. McNabb pointed through?
Yes, for the most part.
All right. Can you see well enough?
Thank you, guys.
Can you see this area?
Everybody,
well enough?
thank you.
Let me know. I don't know how to focus. That.
Thank you. So excited.
Yeah. Oh, autofocus. Yes, thank you. All right. Can you tell us generally where Elvis tracked?
I can tell you generally
Yes.
that it was about that, pretty much that pathway, but it's an aerial view. So I'm not sure, like as we were actually tracking, if that's for sure the exact route we took.
And we're going to have some more specific information, but can you remember, to the best of your knowledge, where Elvis went?
To the best of my knowledge,
Yes, and can
it
you-
went that way.
All right, can you, yes. All right. Did he go all the way to Henderson Mill?
Yes.
Okay. Did he go past Henderson Mill?
Yes.
into the woods past Henderson Mill?
Yes,
Okay. And at some point, he started doing a 100-yard radius circle, is that correct?
yes, he did.
All right, where was that circle?
Honestly, I don't recall on this map. I couldn't show you.
Okay. Was it past Henderson Mill Road?
I believe so.
After that happened, you called in another team, is that correct?
Yes,
It's your understanding that Deputy Elvis doesn't like to be around cadavers, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, so you called in another team, and this is a specially trained dog team from Georgia, is that correct?
I'm not sure if they're from Georgia, but they were currently in Georgia.
And they were actually training that day, is that correct?
Yes,
And they were called in, there are two separate teams, Alpha 1 and Alpha 2, and they were called in to help look for the child.
yes,
And those dogs, you didn't see maybe Alpha 1, but you saw Alpha 2 working, is that correct?
yes,
And those dogs tracked to the same general area.
yes.
None of the dogs found the child at that time.
No,
Do you know where the child was eventually found?
no, I don't.
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to point to it on the map.
If I told you that it was right here, would that be fairly accurate?
I still couldn't tell you.
That's all I judge.
Mr. Frost? You may step down. You may call your next witness. Oh, wait a minute. Do you have any redirect?
Thank you,
I
Cheyenne.
have one brief question, Judge.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you're gonna sit back. I believe at the end of your body camera video, you had said that he was sort of fidgeting around.
Yes,
Did he ever pull anything out of his pockets?
a flashlight.
Okay, and did he indicate what he was doing with that flashlight?
Yes, he said he went looking for Caliyah with it.
And at this time that he had just come back around, was it daylight at that time?
Yes, it'd been daylight since about 7:40, something that morning.
I have no further questions.
We'll see.
You did indicate that Mr. McNabb was acting nervous and fidgety. Is that something that happened off camera? Because on camera, he did not appear to be nervous or fidgety. Was that something that you saw independent of the video?
That was on camera.
You thought that that was nervous and fidgety?
Based on my training and experience, yes.
Well, you
That's
don't have,
somebody that's nervous.
do you know Mr. McNabb?
No, I don't.
Did you know him beforehand?
No,
Do you have any basis for knowing how he acts on a normal day?
no,
Okay, do you have any training experience to know how you're supposed to react whenever your child's missing?
no.
Okay.
Anything else from anybody?
Nothing further, Judge.
You may step down. You may call your next witness.
State calls America James.
Any reason why he might not be excused?
No, Judge.
You're excused me for the attendance on the court.
I saw that too. Gabrielle was like, I was thinking the same thing. Like, is that the map? Maybe that's why they're not showing it to us.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. And will you state your name for the record?
America James,
Okay, and where are you employed?
Newton County Sheriff's Office.
And were you working there back on October 7th, 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you respond out to a report of a kidnapping that day?
Yes, it was in reference to a missing person.
Okay. And upon arrival, I guess, who did you meet with?
I met with Cortney Bell.
Okay, and I guess, I'm sorry, to back up, who were you riding with on that day?
On that day, I was riding with Deputy Hicks.
Okay, was he your field training officer?
And what he was.
Okay, you said you met with Cortney Bell, I guess, where did you meet with her, do you remember?
At her residence at Lot 31.
Okay, and what did you learn from her?
Well, she advised me that her child was missing from home.
And did she indicate whether she had looked for the child or anything like that?
She stated she was looking all over the place in her residence for her baby.
Okay. Did she call anyone to come help her?
She did. She advised me. She called Melissa, her cousin,
Okay.
and her husband. Her baby's daddy was looking for the baby outside the property.
Did she indicate where outside the property he was looking for the baby?
She advised he was looking in the wooden area behind the property or in front of the property.
So was he on location when you arrived?
No, ma'am.
Okay, this Melissa person that she talked about, was that person on location when you arrived?
No, ma'am.
What did you do after speaking with her?
I immediately conducted a search on the property. We look everywhere, behind the couch, everywhere in the residence, everywhere possible where a 2 weeks old baby will be placed at.
Did you look anywhere outside the trailer?
We did. We
Okay.
conducted, myself and my partner Hicks, look outside the property as well.
Did she indicate who else was in the house that night? Or morning, I'm sorry?
She advised herself, her 2-year-old baby, and Christopher McNabb.
And did you speak with anyone else on scene at the time?
A few minutes later, her family members arrived, and I talked to her grandparents, and this person, Melissa, arrived to the scene 20 minutes later.
Okay, are you sure you spoke with Melissa, or did you speak with her cousin, Megan?
Megan,
Okay.
correct. Yes, Megan.
And I guess you indicated that you searched a lot of places with your partner Hicks.
That's correct.
Did you have your body camera on at this time?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and since you were sort of learning and still on field training, does your body cam footage or body camera footage, does it track a lot of the same stuff that Deputy Hicks would have tracked?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you present, did you ever see Christopher McNabb that day?
Like about 20 to 30 minutes later, he came back from the wooded area right across from the residence, and I did make contact with him.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 9B. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize it?
It has my initials and dated.
Okay. And what is it?
I believe it's the recording of the footage of the camera
Okay.
on that day.
And did you review this on the date that you listed here?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of your body camera footage from that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
First, are you gonna introduce
sorry.
any evidence?
Yes, Judge. I would tend to State's Exhibit 90 at this time.
No objection.
Mr. Frost, any objections? Sir. Admitted without objection. You may publish.
More body cam footage. Remove the headphones. As the camera pans slowly, it's like building up. It's gonna be so dramatic. That's the only way he knows.
For the record, I'm playing the body camera footage labeled A. James.
It's the way of the world, Hamilton. She did say it correct, though. She said baby's dad. But I get what you're saying.
Yes, I took the phone from my phone. 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 Yes, I took the phone from my phone.
What, is that STD? Is that what it is?
You know everybody's gonna leave here.
Was the door locked? Was the doors locked, or was the door closed? That door was unlocked. We only had to look around, went around the whole trailer.
So somebody couldn't just come in and go.
The only reason why I went looking was because when she asked her, where's baby Sissy, she said, gone.
And we checked everywhere in the house.
We're there in this house, she changed upside down.
I mean, everything.
Everything.
We're looking for a needle.
That's what I said.
Under beds, under mattresses.
Under couches and stoves.
In clothes, in totes, in the bathtub, in her baby bathtub, in the cabinet,
When's the last time she was at when?
in her sleeper.
Where's that?
Daddy put it back there,
Where was it at?
in our room.
In front of the air conditioner back there, in front of the toddler's bed. I fed her at like, I don't know if it was 3:30, maybe 4 o'clock. I fed her body.
That's her storage room, and she's over here, if she's not, and I was careful to my child. Yeah, me too. I looked 2 or 3 times, told me she did 2 or 3 times, she looked 2 or 3 times.
Did we check up here?
I had all this right now.
I look everywhere.
Yeah, this is hard because if it's not you, then who? You've not even said you made a new friend while you were pregnant, after you gave birth, to even go down that path.
My baby was asleep in the sleeper. The police said that, he was asleep in her sleeper.
It's just you and your husband in there?
I got a bad neck, so I sit there in a few minutes.
They are calm for the most part. I would be a mess. Yeah. She said it 2 different ways. She went back to check on the baby, and then the baby was in her room. So I don't know if she meant, I don't know where she, I don't know.
No, they don't want to come to the house. I walked up to my friend's house, and she took me, my 2-year-old, and my baby dad. And my dad was on the street, my cousin's house there. And then I called
Thank you.
the police, and I'll say Martin was dead. But I'll tell her, my 2-year-old down there, has to contact me back, and I'll be back, because once she gets involved with the government, it's hard to get out. He didn't want to do that. So, that's what I want to.
Yes, you're right, Hamilton. I forgot.
The girl that dropped us off told her daughter, and the daughter is my Aunt Kim's daughter-in-law. My Aunt Kim pulled up, so I sent her with, I think Melissa and my aunt came to my grandparents' house, and they kept them for 2 or 3 hours.
no more pretty grandparents living around the house?
That's them out here.
Oh, they're here.
Yes.
What about the people living on Willow? We got phone number for them?
We have Facebook for them.
Would they come get the job from you?
They'll be in the vehicle.
Nobody that we deal with has any permission to
Yeah,
ever touch
not at all.
our children, period.
Not at all.
But the neighbor that lives across the street here is
The crazy lady,
what's wrong?
Elaine.
Like what?
You know?
The other day, her and her mom were trying to get me to let her hold out there in the yard. I had her in my arms and I was right there. And I wouldn't let them hold her. I don't let nobody touch my kids.
Mama works for Johnny in the park.
You got Donnie number?
In my phone, I just had a GPS. Never phone. Just having it. Do y'all need this? The last thing she was wearing.
Who's this Melissa girl?
Our friend that took us to Woodlawn.
Would they have the lady?
She came, she was the first one that I called, because she was the closest one here. She lives in an apartment up here. And she was too, she's not here.
Find that number for Johnny.
Okay.
When they call him, find out that lady's name is, we can get a phone number for her.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you find that, what further is it over here?
Not this one, but this one.
The blue front of here?
Yes.
So that's him up there?
He looks like he's going to sleep.
Are you Elaine? Can you come over here, please?
Deputy James, what did you do after your body camera footage ends?
At that point, I stayed up with them a little bit longer until the other deputies conducted a further investigation or search in the area. And then I transported Miss Bell to the LEC to be interviewed.
May I approach the witness, Judge? I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 136. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is this?
This is the living room part on the trailer
Okay.
property.
And is this a screenshot from your body camera footage?
That is correct.
So this fairly accurately depicts the scene that you saw on October 7th, 2017?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I would tender State's Exhibit 136 at this time.
Submitted without objection.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Dark, but I guess, who are these people that are in this photo?
The lady in pink was identified as Ms. Bell and Mr. Christopher McNabb.
Okay, and was this sort of towards the end of your body camera?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
And you said that you transported Ms. Bell to, you
Yeah,
said the
okay.
LEC, but
Yes.
you mean the Law Enforcement Center?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that also sort of known as, like, the sheriff's office?
The sheriff's office,
Okay.
correct.
Okay. And I guess, did you wait with Ms. Bell for a little while?
I did.
Okay. And did you have any conversations with her?
That is correct, yes, we
Okay.
conversate.
Does that conclude your involvement with this case?
After my conversation with her, yes.
I have no further questions.
The cameraman gave up halfway through, just went back.
Good afternoon, Deputy James. How are you?
How are you, sir?
Good, good. You were still a trainee at the time that this happened, weren't you?
Correct.
You're still at Newton County today.
Yes, sir.
But you had gone through the Athens Regional Academy,
Correct.
and you're working with Deputy Hicks.
Yes, sir.
The two of you were the first ones to get there once the call was made to 911.
Yes, sir.
And you, Deputy Hicks, and Deputy Walden, or Corporal Walden, were primarily the first ones who really got the story, looked around and everything at first.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you tore that trailer apart looking for the child, right? And
Yes, sir.
there was not, you looked in the freezer, everywhere. She just wasn't there. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's fair.
After law enforcement, I guess, realized that this was really a missing baby, she wasn't there and wasn't in the general area, a lot of people showed up, right?
Yes, sir.
Investigators
Yes, sir.
showed up. So usually a responding officer will come out and analyze the scene, and if they feel like an investigator needs to be called out, then you call for backup and investigator. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so Wade Freeman, Investigator Freeman came out?
Yes.
And did Investigator Alexander come out at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many other people would you estimate had been there by the time that you left?
I would say that probably 15 officers and investigators.
Okay. And it was your understanding that some dogs, tracking dogs, were going to be used as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you there for when Deputy Elvis started tracking?
No.
Okay. You had training in tracking at some point before though, is that right?
No.
You had actually been tracked before, is that fair?
Fair.
They had used you as bait? I don't know.
At that time, they advised me that I would have to transport Miss Bell
Right.
to the.
But previously during your training, you had been used to be tracked by a dog.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that fair? How far away from the dog when it began tracking to the time it found you were you?
I was remaining, and I stayed at the property the whole entire time. I didn't go anywhere.
Okay, I'm talking about
I'm talking about during training.
During the training, yes, ma'am.
Less than a mile.
Okay. And some article of your clothing was given to the dog, and the dog was supposed to track you. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And did the dog find you?
Yes.
All right. According to the people who you were training with, the dog went almost directly to you. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. You were actually probably the first person, other than the 911 operator, to really get a story from Cortney Bell. Is that correct?
Yes.
We saw Deputy Hicks cam, and he was kind of looking around, walking around, but you actually stayed in the trailer with Cortney Bell, and you spoke to her at that time.
Yes.
And at, 20 minutes after 911 called, is that approximately when you spoke with her?
I was on location with her the whole entire time, and 20 minutes later, Mr. McNabb came around.
And is it fair to say that within 20 minutes of the 911 call, you had gotten there, checked out the scene, and that you started speaking with Cortney Bell?
That's correct.
Right. And she told you that the last time she saw her child was around 5 o'clock in the morning,
Yes.
and that she had gone to sleep at that time,
Yes.
and that Mr. McNabb had received a text from his dad at 9:30.
Yes.
And at that time, the children were okay.
That's what she said.
Okay. And then a little bit before 10:30, her 2-year-old came to her and woke her up upset and said, "Sissy gone."
Yes.
Okay. So within 20 minutes of the 911 call, that was Cortney Bell's story.
Yes.
That's all I have, Judge.
Ross? Ms. Stone?
When they practiced tracking with you, when you went to, I guess, wherever they were tracking you to, did someone carry you to that location?
They walked me through that location, yes,
So
ma'am.
you walked with your own legs?
Right.
Okay, no one picked you up and toted you over there?
No.
Okay. And did you weigh 6 pounds at the time that they did that?
No.
Okay. Were you wrapped in clothing?
No.
Were you inside of a bag?
No.
Were you down in a hole?
No.
Okay.
Wow.
And was it wet outside when they tracked you?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
Although it would have been funny if somebody would have
Case
carried her.
136 that was just admitted, that shows you in the living room with Cortney Bell and Christopher McNabb, is that right?
Yes, sir.
During that period of time that we saw, there's a 5-minute period. Mr. McNabb is crying during that period of time, was he not?
Yes.
Okay. During that, thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further from anybody?
Nothing from the state judge.
You may step down. Any reason why she might not be excused?
No, Judge.
Excuse me, further attendance on the court. Call your next witness.
State calls Raymond Walden.
I guess when I'm looking at if somebody's crying in situations like this, I want to look at their face because I want to see if there's actual tears and not just them crying. We didn't see him crying.
You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can put your hand down and have a seat. So just slide up to that microphone.
I got it.
All right, well, will you state your name for the record?
Raymond S. Walden,
Okay. And where are you employed?
Newton County Sheriff's Office, Uniform Patrol Division.
Okay, and were you working in the patrol division back on October 7th, 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you respond out to Highway 36 in reference to a missing child on that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I guess who else was there when you arrived? Deputy-wise.
Trying to think how many deputies. We pretty much got there at the same time. I believe Deputy Hicks, 9133, she was there. I got there. I don't remember if the deputies were there, just in the area searching.
Okay, it's 9133 Deputy James.
Yes, I'm sorry, Deputy James.
And when you arrived, what did you observe?
Well, we parked in front of the trailer and went inside the trailer there, lot 31. It was a mobile home park. I got out and entered the trailer through the back steps. There's a wooden porch and went inside the trailer where everybody was at.
Okay, and when you say everybody, who are you referring to?
Miss Bell and her small child. There was a couple other people inside the trailer looking for the child.
Okay, and when you say her small child was there, are you talking about like a 2 or 3 year old child?
Yes.
Okay, and you said they were looking for her child. That was a
2-week-old child. The missing child was 2 weeks, approximately 2 weeks old.
Okay.
And they were looking for the baby. Adults in the trailer that was in the front looking, and I got Miss Bell and was starting to interview her.
Okay. What did Miss Bell say?
I'm sorry?
What did Miss Bell say?
She said that the child was in the trailer that morning at the end of back in the bedroom, and that when she got up, the child was missing. So I just started asking her some questions, and I asked her where her husband was.
Okay. And what did she indicate where he had gone?
She said he went out looking for the child, and
Okay.
he wasn't around. So I was just talking to her.
Okay. Did she indicate where he had gone looking for the child?
She said he went outside looking. Might have been the woods. There's some woods there, and the trailer park there was outside in the woods looking.
Well, what happened after you spoke with her? What happened after that?
Well, like I said, I spoke with her, and we did search the trailer thoroughly, making sure the child wasn't in there. And then I went outside, and then I was directing the other officers that came on the scene as a supervisor to tell them to go ahead and canvass the neighborhood, start one point, try to interview anybody that was there, see who's at home, and also search the immediate area for the child. And I was outside, and then that's when Mr. McNabb walked up.
Do you know how long you had been on scene when Mr. McNabb walked up?
Approximately 40 minutes.
And what was his demeanor when he first walked up?
When he first walked up to me, he was not excited or anything. He just walked up to me and looked at me, and I noticed he was soaking wet, and his feet was muddy, and I said, "Where you been?" And he said he left the trailer and went into the woods. He said, "I walked from the trailer park to the woods across the street, went across in the woods there, come back across, went to the woods beside the trailer, then I walked up here." I said, why did you go in the woods looking for a 2-week-old child? He said, I was just looking.
Still a weird place to look.
And I guess after you spoke with him, what did you do after that?
Well, at that time, the investigators that we called came to the scene, and I informed Corporal Freeman was the first one pulled up. I informed him what I was doing as a patrol supervisor, trying to get it situated, and that the family was in there. And then while I was there, Corporal Freeman asked me if I would transport Mr. McNabb to the LEC for him. I said, sure. Placed him in my car and transported him to LEC.
And you said LEC.
Newton County Law Enforcement Center Jail Center, I'm sorry.
Okay. And did you end up doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I guess, did you have your body camera on this day?
I had it on, but I mashed it. I thought it was recording. If I knew it didn't record. And then I had a rain jacket on most times, so we don't want to get them wet, so it was covered. But no, I didn't have it on.
Okay. And if this was October of 2017, how long had y'all had these body cameras?
Ma'am, I don't remember.
Had it been a long time? Had you been wearing a body camera for a long time at that point? Okay. Did you do anything further on the investigation, or I guess in your patrol duties, did you have any further involvement on that particular day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what else did you do?
After I left the Newton County Law Enforcement Center and went from the jail, I went back to the scene and assisted in the search. At this time, we had multiple units arrived on the scene, and I just assisted in setting up the area of the search and helping them do that, basically, just going through the woods and all.
And were any of those units able to locate the baby on that day?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I guess how did that day end?
We stayed there till dark, and then we all met, and they called the search off.
Okay. Did anything else happen the next day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is that?
Okay, at approximately 13:55 hours, I'm sorry, at 1:55.
Judge said, say in real time. I mean, my time.
To meet with Corporal Kent, who was at 270 Henderson Mill Road. He said that they had located the child and that he needs some crime scene tape. Well, I was in the immediate area because there was a search, other people were searching the area, so I responded to the scene with some crime scene tape.
All right, and what did you do after that?
Okay, I assisted him in putting up the crime scene tape. Sergeant Dickerson, who had located the child, he was around the area, and I didn't want to go near the crime scene. I knew better than that, so I just sort of stayed away and put up the crime scene tape, and he said that they'd located the child. And then at that time, I said, I'm going to return back to the house trailer and see if we can locate Miss Bell or Mr. McNabb if they're there, and let them know. So I didn't want somebody to tell them or find out. So I went there, and they were not there. So I said, I'm sorry.
Did either of them ever show up at the?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And which one of them?
Miss Bell pulled up in a car accompanied by two other white females at approximately 15 hours, which is 3:15 p.m.
Okay. And at that time, did you speak with Cortney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did she say?
Or
what was y'all's interaction?
The interaction was that I asked her, I said, you aware? She said, I got a text that they found the baby in the woods. And so I said, are y'all missing a backpack or anything? And she said, yeah, my husband has one. Hadn't seen it in a couple of days. And I said, describe it to me. And she said, it's a drawstring type backpack, and it's Nike. It's blue on one side with a red emblem, and red on one side with a blue emblem on it. And she said my husband McNabb keeps it with him all the time. He carries his clothes in it, but she hadn't seen it in a couple of days. And I said, well, where is he? And she said, well, we was in the car, and when I got the text that they found the baby in the woods, he jumped out of the car and said, they're going to blame me for it, and took off running. So we drove on here. So with that information, I gave a lookout, told him where he was at, and in the area he was at, and I kept her there. And then
James Stevens, 954, arrived on the scene. I talked to the investigator, and they said, well, just have her come down to the law enforcement center. So I asked James if he would transport her, and asked the other two ladies if they would follow. So they left and went down there. Then I went back to the crime scene just to keep the crowd back. That was it.
So you instructed all three of the Cortney Bell and the two people that she was with, you instructed them to head down to the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I guess after you went back to the crime scene, were you just securing that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you do anything further on this case after that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Rory. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Corporal.
Hey, buddy.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. You were one of the first three people to arrive. You, Deputy Hicks, and Deputy James were the first three people?
That I remember, yes.
Okay. And you were, other than the 911 operator, one of the first people to speak with Cortney Bell about what happened.
Yes, sir.
And she told you that the last time she saw her child was about 5 o'clock in the morning. Is that right?
I don't recall the exact time she said she saw it, but it was early in the morning.
Somewhere early in the morning. And she was asleep until around 10, well, just a few minutes before she called 911, and then she found that her child was missing. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And she said that Mr. McNabb was with her when she woke up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You helped in the search of the trailer, is that right? To some extent?
I was there. I didn't do a lot of the searching, though,
Right.
so there was enough adults in there looking through the
Right.
trailer, and
Yes, sir.
they knew more about it than I did.
And you transported Ms. Bell or Mr. McNabb to the
Mr. McNabb.
Mr. McNabb to the law enforcement center, and then you went back to the scene to help with the search. Is that
Yes.
correct? Right. At its high point on October 7th, approximately how many deputies were out there helping to look?
Maybe, other county, maybe 15 to 20.
Okay. And were there civilians helping to look at that point?
Sure.
Approximately how many civilians were
I
out?
couldn't answer. There's quite a few people out looking on their own.
Okay. And at some point, Deputy Bowles and K-9 Deputy Elvis came to the scene.
Several K-9s came out that day.
Right. The first one was were you there when Deputy Elvis came? And Deputy Bowles?
I'm sure I was. I don't
Okay.
recall seeing them because we were such a large scene.
Yes, sir. And do you recall that Deputy Elvis and Deputy Bowles kind of found a path that became the center of the search area?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. Do you recall that the Alpha team came out, which is the specialized dog team?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall that they also went down the same path toward Henderson Mill Road?
So I don't know what path they took. I'd be honest with you. I was at the main center there, and I was securing that, staying there, assisting them, but I didn't do the search or participate in that.
Absolutely.
So I don't know which way they went.
Yes, sir. When Mr. McNabb, and I'm sorry, I have to go back, I didn't mean to go out of order. When Mr. McNabb initially came down from Highway 36, you were the first person to see him, is that correct?
I can't say who saw him, but he did approach me.
Yes, sir. And he was wet, you said?
Yes.
His feet were muddy?
Yes.
You could clearly tell he had been through the woods, is that right?
I don't know where he'd been in the woods or not. I can just say it was wet and muddy, and he said he was in the woods.
And it had rained just prior to this,
It was raining
at some
then.
point that night?
Yes, sir.
And it was raining a little bit, drizzling then?
Yes, sir.
All right. Inside the house, do you recall anyone finding muddy shoes, anything of that nature, muddy clothes, wet clothes or anything? Do you recall that specifically?
Not particularly, no. We weren't looking for that.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Frost?
Yes, sir. How you doing, sir?
Been better, but okay, thank you. You happen to hear that 911 call when it went out? Are you familiar with it?
Did I hear the call?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in it, my client, you heard my client state that she went to bed at 5 o'clock. That was the last time she saw the child safely. Correct?
She didn't. You talking about what she told the 911 dispatcher?
Yes, sir.
I have no idea what she told the dispatcher.
Okay. Did you hear any of the traffic going back and forth?
Not between them, no, so that's
Okay.
recorded through the 911 center, they don't come through us.
But what she told you was that she went to bed at 5 after being up all night with the child?
She didn't tell me that, she just said that the child was in the back bedroom, and she checked on the child, and the child was missing.
What time was that?
When she called 911, and we got the call, the child was missing.
So that was approximately 10:30?
10:32 is when the call
10:32.
came out.
And she said at that time that, did she mention that her other child was visibly upset?
She didn't tell me that.
Okay. So basically, she just gave you the times that she last saw the child and,
The child was missing, is what we was looking for, and we started searching.
all right, but my client was there or she actually came back to Lot 31 when you were there, correct?
At what day, sir?
The day that the search was ongoing, when they found the child?
When they found the child was the next day.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, she came back to the trailer, yes, sir.
Correct. I'm sorry if I was confused with the dates. And she was fully cooperative with you?
Sure.
Well, I mean, was she not?
Well, yes, sir, she's cooperative. I asked her a few questions, she answered them. She wasn't evasive
right.
or anything. Wasn't.
She went willingly to the sheriff's department for
Yes,
the
sir.
statement? That's all I've got. Thank you.
Ms. Stone, you may step down. I'm gonna call your next witness.
State calls Christopher Bowles.
I have to give the deputies credit. They've done really well. They've answered all the questions. They haven't lost their memories like they do sometimes with defense attorneys. They've just been straightforward. It is what it is. And she still just sits there like, freaking, I can't tell you. It's not good. Not an ounce of emotion on that lady's face. I think you could tell her a joke and it'd be funny and she still looked just like that.
Will you raise your
Yes.
right hand?
Both of you are correct.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you put your hand down. And will you state your name for the record?
Christopher Bowles, B-O-W-L-E-S,
And where are you employed?
Newton County Sheriff's Office.
And were you employed there back on October 7th, 2017?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and what were your duties at that day?
I was assigned to the patrol division as a K-9 unit.
Okay. And on that date, I guess, well, can you sort of explain what a K-9 unit is?
Well, K-9 unit is a handler assigned with a K-9 partner. I was assigned to a bloodhound who was certified in tracking.
And on that date, did you respond out to Highway 36?
I was,
And was that in reference to a missing child?
for a K-9 track, yes.
Okay. And were you actually working on that date?
No, I was off.
Okay. Were you called specifically in to track?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm sorry. Can you
I
explain
can't
sort of
unsee it now,
the
Carmen.
types of
Thanks.
K-9 unit dogs that there are?
There's a wide variety of canines from, the popular bomb sniffing dogs to helping dogs who are trained to assist with opening doors and leading people. Ones with vision impaired dogs are able to lead them through traffic. There's cadaver dogs and there's narcotic dogs, and my dog is tracking.
Okay. And what does tracking mean?
Tracking means he's trained to follow the scent of skin cells that we leave behind in our area.
And is that different from like what we would hear as a cadaver dog?
It's very different. A lot of tracking dogs can't stand the smell of decay and they won't go near it.
So it's Deputy Elvis, your canine. Is he just a tracking dog?
He's just tracking.
So he's not a cadaver dog?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And have you and Deputy Elvis, I guess, do you go to trainings with Deputy Elvis?
We do.
Okay. And have y'all been to multiple of those trainings?
We have.
Okay. Can you explain sort of that?
We were partnered for 8 years. During the 8 years, we start off with a 1-week course
He's naturally trained to follow a scent. He's trained from following a scent to just human scent, and then I'm trained to watch his body language as to what he's telling me. He'll have body language to tell me he's on a trail, or he'll have body language to tell me he's following an animal or something like that, and we have to distinguish the differences. We also learn how to read the area and see how the terrain and weather and other factors affect the scent and its movement as well.
Okay, so on October 7th, 2000, I guess you talked a little bit about how the scent is affected by different aspects.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, let's back up. Did you actually go out on October 7th?
I did.
Okay, and what did you do when you first arrived?
When I first arrived for a missing persons track, I interviewed the people who called it in to find out where they've been, what they've done, so I can distinguish my dog's body language from, see if they're either on their trail or what areas I may need to look at to see what he's going to do at.
Okay. And does that require you getting some sort of item that the person's skin cells would be on?
One thing we'll do, we'll try to find some kind of article for him to follow, and something that's the person has been in contact with. We try to get something that's been the closest to his skin contact, usually underwear, shoes, socks, pillowcases we can use.
And did you get some sort of item like that on October 7th?
After speaking to the parents, they told us the sleeper was the only thing in the house that hadn't been washed that the child was recently wearing.
Okay. And what do you do with that item then?
I'll take the item and put it in a bag. Then I'll take it and put it in the wheel well of a car to heat it up, and that increases the scent. And then once I get my dog harnessed up in his tracking harness, then I'll take that scent bag and place it over his head and give him a command to check, which means to look for that scent and get used to it. And then once I remove that bag from him, I'll do away with it so he's not going for that. And then I'll give him another command of track, and then he knows he needs to start looking for it, and then I just follow him where he goes.
And so did you do that, all of those things you just described, did you do that on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16.
If this guy falls down when he gets off the stand, I'm going to lose it. Because all I can hear him do is going, ow. Ow. I can't even keep a straight face. Never mind. It's all your guys' fault.
Okay.
And please don't put a bag over your dog's head.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where did you first respond out to?
The fifth trailer on the top of the U shape.
Okay. Are you talking about this one right?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you sort of explain what, and you can, I think, draw on your screen. So can you sort of indicate, can you press clear? I'm sorry. Okay. Can you sort of indicate where you first started the track, or where Deputy Elvis started?
We started the closest to the trailer. It's very sensitive. Right there. And then once we would do several circles around just getting bigger and bigger until he decides, then he came down this way through this trail, and then we went across Henderson Mill Road and into the logging area.
Okay. So he tracked sort of that trail where there's like an opening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I guess was Deputy Elvis able to, can you press clear? Was Deputy Elvis able to locate the child?
At that time, we were not.
Okay. Are there some sort of factors that make it more difficult or less difficult, or easier, I guess, for a canine to track?
There's a lot of factors, everything from special needs. Some animals, special needs people put off a certain scent, and the dogs won't track that. In this case, the biggest factor was the size, age of the child, where it was too small to walk on its own and leave its own trail, so it had to be carried. And then if it was wrapped up in something, then those skin cells were less likely to leave that wrapping and leave a trail.
Okay, so I guess a person, as they're walking, do they leave their scent?
Yes, when you walk, your clothes kind of breathe and move back and forth, causing the skin cells to come out the collar and under your shirt and your pants leg, and it just leaves an invisible trail that we can't see, that the dogs are able to distinguish that.
Okay, does the weather ever affect tracking at all?
The weather's humidity. High humidity causes the scent to leave the ground, which means the dog has to work harder to find it. Wind, it blows it around. Temperature, higher the temperature, less active the scent is in the
Right.
open area. There's terrain.
I didn't know
being in
that.
a grass, concrete, and wooded area, all those have different effects on the scent.
Okay. And I guess after you finished your track with Deputy Elvis, what else did you do?
After we finished the track, we came back, and during the track, we located some shoes, and so I photographed and collected those on the way back for preservation.
Okay. And did you, did you ever call out another team?
We did.
Okay. And who was that?
Alpha Group.
Okay. Did they sort of attempt to track as well?
They did. Their dogs are trained for cadaver recovery, so they came and they searched as well.
Okay. And were they able to locate the baby?
No.
Does that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
He's like, bye, bye.
How are you?
Carmen, I'm getting
Getting close, isn't it?
I can't even say it because I
You and
get
Elvis have worked together for 8 years?
trouble.
That's correct.
Did you have a dog before that?
No, sir.
Okay, it's your first one. And you say he follows skin cells, and he doesn't like the smell of a cadaver.
That's correct.
Okay.
We've come across that several times, and he won't go near it.
Is it just something about him? Like, in other words, is it just?
It's just him, yes.
It's just him, okay.
It's
So
so
he wouldn't
crazy.
be
I've
able
never
to
heard
train his
that.
cadaver dog because he just doesn't like the smell.
That's correct.
All right. The cadaver smell doesn't happen immediately upon death, right?
I'm not trained in that, so I couldn't be the specific on that.
Okay. So you and Elvis,
I don't know.
Elvis
It's
started
the map.
with the trailer, which is lot 31. I'm sorry. And you went round and around the trailer, basically, till he found something, a specific direction he wanted to go.
Yes, sir.
All right. And based on your training and his action, did it appear that he picked up something he found familiar?
That's correct.
Uh-oh.
And to the best of your knowledge, your understanding at that time was he picked up the scent that you had given him at the trailer.
Well, being that the sleeper was in with other items, then can't say exactly which one because I'm not able to see the scent that he is. So he has a body language that tells me he's on human scent. So around the trailer, it would create a scent pool where it sits still, it just collects and collects and collects. So that's why we slowly get bigger and bigger. And once he found a trail that left that area, that's when his body language would change, and then we would continue following that.
So you don't know if it was the sleeper that you had him smell of Caliyah's, but you believe it was something that he found familiar from that trailer.
That's correct.
All right. And he acted as if he was tracking a human scent that you wanted him to track.
That's correct.
And he took you from the trailer here and took you to this cut through. And actually, you wouldn't go all the way down to the cut through. Did he go right beside that building where there's a gap in the fence?
Yes, sir. We went through the fence.
Okay. So there's a fence that's cut across right here, but right here beside this house, there's a gap. Is that right?
It's hard to see, but it's a little bit further down. Yes, sir. Right there is where we would go through right there. Because it was trash and stuff built up, and we followed that.
All right, so you went up that way, and you followed that line through what appears to be a path.
Yes, sir.
In that area, there are electric lines overhead, right?
Yes, sir.
So it appears to be electrical easement.
Yes, sir.
And somebody clears that out so there are no trees and no brush in that area.
Yes, sir. It's pretty clear. It's just small weeds and briars.
And it was muddy that day.
It was, that area was pretty dry.
Okay, all right. And he took you up that easement all the way to Henderson Mill Road.
That's correct.
And then he took you on up past Henderson Mill Road up to this logging area.
That's correct.
Now, at some point, I believe in your report, you said that you started a perimeter.
Yes.
Is that where you started the perimeter, at the logging area? Or did you start the perimeter at the trailer?
I don't remember. I wasn't part of the perimeter.
Okay, all right, but once you got to that logging area, did you just turn around and come back?
No, sir. We went further down in there. I would say probably several hundred yards in there to where it starts going downhill to a creek.
Okay. Why did you stop?
He began circling. There was some further down in this area. There was some trees down where they had been clearing, and he just kept circling about 100 yards in that spot. He wouldn't go in. And he just, when he doesn't want to go in an area, there's usually something there that he doesn't want, for some reason. He'll take me through briars and whatever, it doesn't matter. But when it's a large area, there's an odor he doesn't.
Okay. And so this was past the picture in this area?
Yes, sir.
Dead body in that area that he wouldn't go near? Is that kind of what you were thinking?
From my past experience, that was an explanation, and because we visually searched the area, which we could, and we didn't see anything.
So his actions led you and other officers to search in that particular area? Is that
That
fair?
area and around the trailer.
Okay. And would it be fair to say from the trailer to that area?
Yes, sir.
Along the path that he told you?
Right.
And you wouldn't have just been one person walking the same area, you would have spread out?
We don't, anytime we work as multiple teams, we don't communicate until the end of where we've tracked, what we've done. So that way, because the dogs can sense us, so it kind of manipulates them, so we don't communicate until afterwards.
Okay. After you and Elvis finished up, then you called in what's called the Alpha Team.
That's correct.
That is a specialized dog training team from Georgia.
That's search and rescue, yes.
Search and rescue team, and they have several specialized dogs.
My understanding, yes, sir.
And some of those dogs are both tracking dogs and cadaver dogs.
That's correct.
And the handler, for those dogs, all they have to do is just give them different commands, and they'll go from tracking to cadaver. Is that fair?
I'm not familiar with that. Okay. That's how their training is.
Okay. Approximately how many dogs came from the Alpha Team?
I want approximately, without knowing the exact number, 3 or 4.
Okay. There was Alpha Team 1 and Alpha Team 2. Were there 4 on each team or just 2 on each team? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Did you and Elvis go out with them?
No, I did. He was tired, so I put him back in the vehicle to cool down, and then as support for them, because they didn't have communication with us as first responders, so we would all team up and go with them as first support.
All right. And so you did that. You went with at least one of the teams?
Yes, sir.
Did you go with both the teams? Do you recall?
I believe just stayed with one team.
All right. How many dogs were in that particular team?
2.
All right. And is it true they went down the same pretty much path you did?
Yes, sir.
Did they go past Henderson Mill Road?
They did.
All right. And they were unable to find the child as well?
That's correct.
Do you know where the child was found?
Later on, I did learn, yes.
Okay. And the child was actually found on this side of Henderson Mill Road, correct?
I believe, yes, sir.
Just to the right of where Elvis tracked?
Yes, sir.
And you believe that Elvis was able to pick up a scent somewhere around this trailer take you all the way to within a few feet of the child and not find the child?
As I said, I can't guarantee where we're tracking the child. We could have been tracking the person carrying the child. And that means the scent, once you get to Henderson Mill Road, the traffic would have swirled the scent around and moved it. And it also could have brought it into the woods down to the creek. So like I said, we don't know if he was, because I'm not able to see what he tracks to say he was on the child or the person carrying it.
Elvis and every dog on the Alpha team, they basically had one job, and that is get that scent and go find a child. None of them were able to do it, even though they were within feet of the child.
Like, we don't know, being that the child have to be carried, we don't know if we was tracking the child or with the person carried.
Or maybe the child wasn't there whenever you were searching. Is that possible?
I wouldn't know that.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Frost?
Nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Stone?
The shoes that you talked about finding, did you give those to the crime scene technician?
I did.
Was that Mickey Kitchens?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, no further questions.
Anything further? You may step down.
When this officer
You know,
goes
they
home
got
at
to
night
recess right now, so she's
with
all
his
right for 15
canine,
minutes.
Deputy Elvis, do you suppose they say, Elvis has left the building? Sorry, I couldn't resist. I've been trying to keep it together since somebody said that deputy looked like Peter Griffin. And I was picturing funny things in my mind. And then they just didn't let up. You guys, you know who you are. Oh my goodness. Some things you just can't unsee once you see them. You guys. I hate how they never come back with sound.
So,
Okay, and if you come out of those apartments onto Highway 36, do you turn left?
actually, you can go up to the last entrance and
Okay.
it's up on the hill. You ain't gotta get on Highway 36.
Okay, so they are right next door.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention back to October 7th of 2017. Do you remember being at your house that day?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened on that day?
Dad, I got a call, we got a text, that morning, about 10 o'clock, saying the baby's gone. And I didn't know who it was, I didn't recognize the number, and I text back and it said Cortney. So I walked up there with my grandson, and Chris was on the porch screaming, "They're gonna think I did this." And he said, they're gonna think I did it. He was hysterical.
Okay, and so you said you walked up there, are you talking about you walked to Courtney and Chris's trailer?
Correct.
Okay, and that's when you made contact with Chris?
Correct.
Okay, and where was he standing at the time?
On the front porch.
What did you do after that?
I went up to him, and I said, "Chris, calm down, what's going on?" And he just kept screaming, "They're gonna think I did this."
And what did you say back to that?
I told him to calm down and let's figure out what's going on. He said, "The baby's gone." And I walked in the living room, and he walked with me, and I grabbed his hands and told him to calm down.
Okay, and what happened after that?
He left, and I asked Courtney if she called the police yet, and she said no. And I just felt like something wasn't right, and I had my grandson, so I told my grandson to run, and I left.
And do you know where he went at that time?
No, I don't.
Okay, but I guess he left before you left. Is that
Right.
correct? And had Courtney called 911 at this point?
Yes, she was on the phone with him whenever I left.
Okay, so when you decided to leave, she called 911?
Correct.
Okay. And after, I guess, what was Courtney's demeanor during all of this interaction that you had?
She was calling out Kylie's name, or Caliyah's name, and while she was on the phone, you know, looking up in her clothes and stuff.
And what did you do after you went back to your house?
I called Craig.
Okay, and who is Craig to you?
Craig is my son-in-law.
Okay, and I guess, how is he your son-in-law?
Diane Davis is my daughter, and he's with her.
Okay. And do you know, is Craig related to Courtney?
Yes,
Okay, how's he related to her?
cousins.
This must be Melissa Davis.
Did you see Courtney and Chris anymore that day?
No, I didn't.
Well, I guess later that night, did you ever see them?
Yes, I took the kids home. I had my grandkids with me, and I took them home, and they was at my daughter's house.
Okay, so you took your grandkids home to your daughter's house, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, and what time was that at?
Probably 11:30, 12 o'clock.
Okay, and when you arrived, who all was there?
Courtney, Chris, and Diane, and Craig, and the kids were in the bed.
Okay,
I had only two of the grandbabies, and the rest of the grandbabies was in the bed.
okay. And did you speak with Courtney and Chris at all?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you talk to them about?
Courtney was talking about some guy kidnapping the baby, and Chris was upset not knowing what the baby was wearing.
Okay, and what happened after that interaction?
They asked me to babysit while they went and did some riding.
Okay, what were they riding around for?
Looking for the baby, I guess at dope dealers' houses, I'm not sure. I'm not the one that drove.
Wow.
Okay, so you didn't go with them at all?
No, I didn't, I stayed with the babies.
Okay, and did they return that night?
Yes, I did.
And do you know when that was?
About an hour and a half later.
Okay. Did you speak to them when they got back?
No, I left.
And did you see Courtney or Chris anymore after that interaction?
No, I seen Courtney one time. They rode through the trailer park and the news people were there and up near my apartment. And she told me not to speak with them and they took off and they left. And then I seen Courtney one more time on the front porch of my daughter's house and we didn't speak though.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions.
Mr. Corey?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Davis. How are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. So you knew Courtney and Chris pretty well.
Not pretty well, but I knew them for a couple months.
You saw them fairly often.
Pretty much.
And when Courtney and Chris realized that the child was gone, they called you first because you were closest friend nearby. Is that fair?
I'm not sure. I didn't stick around and ask why.
Okay. But you did go over to the house.
Yes, I did.
And you did see Chris.
Yes, I did.
McNabb. Now, you actually grabbed his hands.
Yes.
And you told my investigator, Mr. Hall, that you noticed that he was clean.
Yes, he was.
His hands were clean.
Yes.
His clothes were clean.
Yes.
His shoes were clean.
He looked like he was normal.
Okay. He did not appear that prior to seeing you, he did not appear that he'd run through the woods or been
No,
wet,
sir.
had been in the rain at all.
No, sir.
Okay. And then at some point while you're still there, Chris left.
Correct.
And you clearly saw him leave. Is that fair?
He wasn't there no more. He wasn't around when I left.
Okay. When he left, though, you saw that he wasn't carrying anything.
No, he wasn't carrying nothing.
Okay. And you're positive about that when he
I'm
left?
positive because I grabbed his hands.
Okay. When he left the trailer, he did not have anything in his hands.
No.
That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Frost?
Ms. Davis. Good evening.
Good evening.
All right. When they first got to lot 31, you were there already?
When the police got there
No, when Chris and Courtney did.
to lot 31, is that their trailer?
Yes.
Yes, Chris and Courtney was there.
Okay. And you said Chris was, I think your word was hysterical,
Yes.
and Courtney was crying out for the child,
She wasn't crying. She was just hollering.
crying out the child's name.
Yes.
And she said to you something about kidnapping?
She said she wasn't sure if her, me, Mom, and Papa had gotten the baby.
Oh, so she was talking about whether or not there was a possibility that her grandparents had come.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Ms. Stone?
When you arrived that morning, was it light outside?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you left, was it light outside?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Anything further?
No, I'm sorry, Judge, nothing.
You may step down.
Sorry, thank you.
You may call your next witness.
State calls Wade Freeman.
Yes, Hamilton, she really said they went to look for that little girl at their dope dealers' houses, which is horrible. And her intuition sounds like it was right. I don't know why she stayed and went back, whatever she did. And I I know the defense they don't have to prove anything, and I completely understand that, and I agree with it. But instead of, and I get what they're trying to do, it's like, well, they just didn't look to see who it was. But you haven't even offered, and you don't have to. I know you don't have to, but you haven't even offered up anything. They didn't offer up anything. So I'm kind of having a hard time following down the defense path of it was somebody else. Yeah, they failed in a lot of ways. It's sad. And it's frustrating. Like, I don't know. We'll see when the defense puts on their side. Maybe they're going to offer up somebody. But they got to do something other than just be like, well, his hands were clean, or he was clean. Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe he took a shower. He was not clean he was very sweaty on the body cam footage, or rained on. So maybe who knows, when she saw him and time that it happened and everything else, that she was taken out of their house. There are so many players in this game, Hamilton. It's hard to keep up. And they're putting these witnesses through like rapid fire.
Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, put your hand down, have a seat. And will you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, Wade Freeman,
Okay. And where are you employed?
Newton County Sheriff's Office.
And were you employed back on October 7th, 2017?
Yes, I was.
And what were your duties at the Newton County Sheriff's Office at that time?
I was a corporal in Investigations Division.
Okay. And is it the Investigations Division, do you call that the Criminal Investigations Division?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that entail?
Our unit does investigations on crimes. Patrol goes out, they patrol, they take reports. According to the situation, they may call an investigator out to the scene, or reports are passed on to us to investigate at a further time according to the seriousness or the type of the crime.
Okay. And I guess, did you respond, back on October 7th, 2017, did you respond out to a 12145 Highway 36?
Yes, I did.
Okay, is that here in Newton County?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time that you were actually called out on that?
I don't recall the exact, it was between 11:30. I'm thinking it was more like the 11:15-ish time.
And what was that in reference to?
That was in reference to a missing person, possible kidnapping of a child.
Okay, can you explain the on-call investigator system?
Yeah, the investigations division is actually we all work together, but we also run two separate on-call rotations. One on-call is we consider general investigations, and then the other is the major felony investigations unit. So there's different investigators on each side. I was on the general investigator side at the time, and property crimes, missing persons, a lot of crimes like that is what general investigations does, and then major felony, of course, major being the more serious felony crimes they investigate.
Okay, so would that be sort of like your murders, armed robberies?
Murders, armed robberies, aggravated assaults, those type things.
Okay, and I guess you said that you were the on-call investigator in the general sort of unit on that date?
Yeah, general investigations handles missing persons and that type of thing.
Throughout this case, did you remain the lead investigator?
I did not.
Sorry, why is that?
Well, because of the nature of the crime, it became evident pretty quickly that with the age of the child, the situation as it was, that it seemed like it was going to head into a major felony case. So although I was technically the lead that day, I pretty quickly went ahead and evaluated the situation, notified my supervisor, who then agreed that we go ahead and call a major felony in on this situation also.
Okay, so when you first arrived on scene, what did you do?
When I first got to the scene, I met with the on-scene responding officers, found out all the information that they had. They passed on information to me. And then pretty quickly called my superior to let them know the situation as it seemed at the time.
Okay, and what was the initial information that you had?
That there was a 14-day-old baby just missing from its bed. The parents had last seen it around, I believe it was 9:30 that morning, something like that. And then when they woke up approximately an hour later, it was missing.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. I guess based on the information that you had, what did you do on scene?
Okay, on scene, once I called out for more manpower, because I'd been told that the child was missing, that there had been a search in the woods already. By the time I got there, there was already a dog on the ground doing a canine search. I went and Cortney Bell, specifically talking to her about the situation, trying to gain facts from her, go back over what she had told the initial responding investigators to determine exactly what needed to proceed from there. At that point, Investigator Alexander came down. He arrived. He would be the on-call major felony investigator. We discussed it, and then we kind of parted paths on for that day as to our task and what we were doing.
Okay. And I guess what task did you perform after that?
At that point, there had been several different theories given to me about where the baby may be. Christopher's dad, I believe his name was Michael McNabb, was a possibility. Somebody had spotted a truck in the area that resembled his truck. They thought that maybe he had come down, found them asleep, took the baby without their knowledge. So I was trying to reach Mr. McNabb, Michael McNabb, to make sure he didn't have the baby. There was a neighbor that it was put out there that possibly she had taken a liking to the baby. Possibly she came in while they were asleep and took it. So I located them. They gave us consent to search their home there, conducted a search in their home, make sure the baby wasn't there.
Sorry, when you talk about the neighbor, is that a trailer home that was close to Cortney Bell and Christopher McNabb?
Yeah, the road curves, they're not necessarily side by side, but they're very close. You can look out of one trailer and see the other one if you look at an angle. And they're almost next door neighbors, but the way they sit, they're not parallel to each other or anything like that.
And I guess you checked that lead based on information that Cortney had given you?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess, did you also check up on, I guess they said that Michael McNabb, Christopher McNabb's dad, may have taken the baby?
Right. It took me a little bit to finally reach him by phone, but he was in Tennessee. So I kind of marked that one off the list too as a possibility where this baby may be.
And are those the only two ideas that they gave you at that point in time?
The one thing was mentioned that Papa, which was Courtney's dad, Clarissa.
I'm sorry. I believe you're about to get into something that may we approach very briefly.
Don't go there. Not yet. He's like, are you sure? I didn't do it. I was just trying to get through to the heck are they doing? I have no idea what that is. That's been the cameraman's doing. He's been doing such a great job. She just looks mean in that picture. Come on.
Until the Bells came back home, and I was on the scene down there when they arrived back on the scene that day.
When you're saying the Bells, are you talking about Cortney Bell and Christopher McNabb?
Yes, I'm sorry, Cortney Bell and Mr. McNabb.
Okay, and so after that, you went home for the day?
We debriefed and then ended the search for the day, and then I was back out the next day.
Okay, and what did you do on the next day?
I received a call that there's a possibility the baby had been found, and so I responded to the scene where the baby was.
And what did you do once on scene?
I stood by while we recovered the body, and then we went to do some interviews, myself and investigator Alexander,
Okay, and where did you conduct those interviews?
at the Newton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, who did you interview?
Cortney Bell.
Okay.
And I was also present for Mr. McNabb's interview also.
And I guess after you conducted these interviews, what did you do?
Well, once the baby was found, the investigation was officially turned over fully to Major Felony Unit, and investigator Alexander took the lead on the case.
Okay, so does that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
No further questions?
Sure. Agreement. When a call comes out, generally, a patrol officer generally comes out to the scene. Is that fair?
That's right.
And then if the scene appears to have escalated, or if it needs an escalation, then that person will call a supervisor or an investigator. Is that correct?
That's right.
And that's kind of what happened in this case. You were the on-call investigator, so you initially came out and analyzed the scene.
Yes.
Once you saw the kind of the magnitude of what was going on, you determined to turn it over to Major Felony Unit, and then it was assigned to Investigator Alexander. Is that fair?
That's right.
The one other step you could have taken, or that Investigator Alexander could have taken, is to request assistance from the GBI. Is that correct?
Actually, that is in the protocol of what we can do. That is technically per request of the sheriff. We debrief our supervisors, and then those decisions are made at a higher level.
Okay, absolutely. But once it goes through from patrol to you, and then you determine it needs to go to major felonies, then at some point, the sheriff needs to make a decision: am I going to ask the GBI to help?
Sir, I'm not sure of the question. All I know is we tell our supervisors what's going on, how that all works above us. I'm not
Have you ever
100%
worked,
sure.
in your experience, have you ever worked a scene where the GBI did assist?
No, I have not.
Okay. The afternoon of the 7th, you asked for a search warrant, and you received it, and you made a very thorough search of the house.
Yes.
But neither Mr. McNabb nor Ms. Bell at any time told you couldn't search the house. Is that
No,
correct?
they never declined us to search.
In fact, they were searching for help, to the best of your knowledge, whenever they called police.
Right.
Okay, that's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Frost?
I don't think Mr. Frost feels well today.
With regard to possible suspects, investigator, detective?
Investigator.
Investigator.
It's fine. Corporal.
You
Captain.
you ran those down, and they, none of those panned out?
Repeat
As far
your
as,
question.
you said you had a few possible suspects that were given to you, is that correct?
Right.
And you did search those?
Yes.
Okay, and you ran out of road on those, if you will?
Right, yeah. We did a search. I contacted a couple different people.
Understood. I won't make you go through it all.
Yeah.
And you took the statement from Miss Bell?
Myself and, not the day of, there's two different times.
Right.
The second day,
Okay.
the following day on Sunday, myself and Investigator Alexander talked to her.
And so you're aware that she's got multiple statements out there?
Yes,
And all those were freely and voluntarily given, correct?
yes.
And as Mr. Carter pointed out, at no point did the couple, Miss Bell, Mr. McNabb, ever even raise a fuss at all about searching of the premises, the trailer?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, sir.
Ms.
Well,
Thomas,
they knew she wasn't in there, I believe.
step down. Call your next witness.
The state calls Kimberly Morris.
I don't know when it's coming up, but you know it's coming up as a medical examiner. That one's probably going to be really tough. But it's not going to come up today. Unless this is her right now. But I doubt it.
Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give and the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can put your hand down and then have a seat. And if you'll just pull that chair all the way up to the microphone. Okay, will you state your name for the record?
Kimberly Morris.
Okay. And Kimberly, I'm going to direct your attention back to October of 2017. How did you, I guess, become involved in this case?
I saw that Saturday morning, or that
hope
Saturday
not.
afternoon, I'm sorry, where they had been posting that they were going to call off the search and that there were a group on Facebook that was just going to start
Figured.
a search on their own because the cops had called theirs off. And so I messaged a girl and said, hey, if you get it going, let me know, I'll be there. And so she messaged me Sunday morning and told me, we have clearance from the cops, we're good to go, meet me at the church, and we're gonna search. And that's how I did it.
All right, so on Sunday morning, that's October 8th, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you actually go and meet out at the church?
We first met at a cemetery, and I honestly could not even tell the name of the cemetery. It was pretty far away. And then we all left there and went to the church and met.
Do you know the name of that church?
It's High Point.
Okay, is that off Highway 36?
It is.
And where is that in location, I guess, where the baby went missing from?
It is actually directly beside, there's the church and a small patch of woods and then the trailer park.
Okay. And, all right, what happened once you got, you said they moved it to the church?
Yes.
Okay, what happened once you got to the church?
A group of us met and we all started searching. If you're looking at High Point from 36, it's 36, correct? If you're looking at the church from the road, we started looking to the left of the church.
Okay, I'm gonna actually show you State's Exhibit 16.
Okay.
Okay, do you mind pressing the clear button on your screen?
Are we going to get to see it? Cameraman?
Okay. Okay, are you familiar with this location?
I am.
Okay. And I guess where is the church that you're referring to? You can, if you press on your screen, you can actually draw.
let's see, trying to see. Where, I'm turned around here.
Okay, if this is the mobile home park,
Okay, so the
and
church
this
is,
is Highway 36.
the church is here? Is that the church?
I can't see where.
Covenant would be at the top of the screen, and on down on the screen would be Lake Jackson, 36.
Okay. And you said this here is the trailer park, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so,
Is this,
yeah, there it is.
okay.
That's
So
what I
if
was
y'all
looking
met
for.
there, then where did you go from there?
We started up this way and searched all through here. We went across the road here, and then there's a pavilion at the church because it started pouring down rain. We had to kind of halt everything. We went under that pavilion and we waited for the rain to come out or stop. And then once it stopped, we kind of went down this way and made our way down through here.
Okay. And what happened after you made your way down through there?
Let's see, we were here. We come all the way down through here and searched all this up through here. And here is where the jacket, the wallet, and the bong, I guess is what you call it, was found. So,
Okay, I'm sorry, I just want to stop you right there. I think you put a little X, is that, will you press clear again and then
yeah,
put the one mark where you said you found that?
this is the path, correct? Right there. That, right in there. Yeah,
Done it
that's,
several times. You're the one
yes,
that
sir.
testified.
Yes, sir. But this is where we found that stuff.
Okay. All right, and the stuff, you said that stuff, I guess what,
The jacket, it was a camo jacket, an empty leather wallet, and a bong,
Okay,
drug
what-
bong.
sorry, what did you do at that point?
We actually told everyone not to touch it, leave it alone, and I walked back down here, called the non-emergency sheriff's number, and told them we need to have an officer come out and look at it because we think that it should be something to be seen. One, there were kids in that trailer park that we didn't want to have access to, and two, we didn't know what it was.
Okay, did it look like those items had been there for like a long period of time?
No, honestly, it did not. It had been pouring rain and they were dry.
Did law enforcement come out? And
They
respond?
did. They came out at that point, and when they got there, we showed them everything, and I told the officer I was the one that had called because we had a lady that was actually waiting down here at the road to show them where we were. And at that point, a lot of us just kind of dispersed and went back to searching while they did their part with that because we couldn't be there with that anyway. And then we all walked back up to the church, and at that point, someone come running up and yelled, "The baby has been found, the baby has been found." So we all come back down.
Okay, so you went back there after you had heard that, but you weren't present for?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and I guess, what did you do after that?
At that point, I stood out, because by the time I had gotten there, they had already put the yellow tape up, because they did that pretty quick. And I held Megan back because she was trying to get in there to the baby. And just asked the media to stay out of her face because they were putting the camera directly in her face and tried to get everybody back up to the church so that they could do their job.
No further questions.
Carter?
Thank you, Judge. Hi, Ms. Morris.
Hello.
Would you mind pushing clear one more time on this?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So if this is the church, your search kind of went in this direction?
Yes.
And then came back through and you went all the way toward this direction?
That is correct.
And you believe the jacket you're talking about found
Yes.
generally right here?
Yes.
Not holding you to it, but.
Yeah, it was.
Generally that area?
Yes.
Okay. And in there, did you specifically find it yourself? In other words, or did you see who actually put their eyes on it and said, "Here's something"?
Yes, I know exactly who spotted it first.
Okay. And then, so did you kind of open it up just to see what was in it?
No, I never touched it.
Okay. Was the wallet, was it inside the jacket, or was it just laying on top?
I do not know because the lady took a stick and picked the jacket up.
Okay. And then, when you say a bong, you mean something that's used to smoke tobacco
Marijuana.
or marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Tobacco. Now.
And, when you say you're trying to hold Megan back, is that Megan Sorrells?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Frost?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Stone?
When you say a bong, you mean something that you use to smoke tobacco
Marijuana.
Not
or
me.
marijuana?
Yes.
Apparently, they just wanted to hear that again.
And when you say you're trying to hold Megan back, is that Megan Sorrells?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Frost?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Stone? You may step down. You may call your next witness.
State calls Tara Robinson.
Well, it still isn't legal in my state, but I think every state around it, except one, might be legalized in. When that skipped and backed up, if those guys would have had questions that time, I would have threw you for a loop.
Ms. Robinson, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can have a seat. You just pull your chair up to that microphone. Will you state your name for the record?
My name's Tara Robinson.
Okay. Now I'm going to direct your attention back to October 8th of 2017. Were you involved in a search party to locate a missing child?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on that date, I guess, what area were you searching in?
I was searching, I had just started down the trail, and I was walking the wood line by the property.
Okay. And is that a trail, what is that trail near? I'm sorry.
There's just a trail back behind the trailer park, and it's a bunch of wooded area, and there are several trails that branch off to it, and I was just walking down the main trail.
Okay. And when you were walking down that main trail, did you notice anything that was out of the ordinary?
I saw the officer standing there.
Okay. I'm sorry. You saw an officer standing on that trail?
Oh, he was standing where the jacket was.
Okay. And what happened after that?
I had went into the opposite direction past him, and I just proceeded to continue looking in the wooded area.
Okay. And did you see anything that was out of the ordinary for being in the woods?
Yes, eventually I did come to a clearing. It looked like a log that was sitting there. It just looked at a place. It was sitting over a big open hole.
And did you see anything in that area?
I started looking. The tree log was unusual to me, the way it was sitting, and under the log was a pile of sticks and twigs up underneath it. I had picked up one of the sticks and began to move away some of the leaves, and that's when I saw the black string.
And did you do anything about that black string?
I took the stick and I pulled it up to see what it was, and it was a bag, and that's when I told one of the children to go get the officer.
Okay. And did law enforcement come over to where you were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember what that bag looked like?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you explain it?
It was like a royal blue, like a medium shade blue with a red small Michael Jordan symbol on it with black drawstrings. It was a drawstring book bag.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Judge. Hi, Ms. Robinson. Anthony Carter, we
Hi.
met, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the area? Do you recognize this as the area around where the child was found?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So if this is Eagle Point Mobile Home Park, you can use your finger actually on the screen. Can you show us kind of the area where you went on your search?
The area that I went was down towards here,
Okay.
in this area.
All right. Can you tell on this approximately where you found the bag?
It was right here in this area.
Okay. Now, was this the first time that you had looked? Did you just join the search at this particular time?
Yes, I had went out there at a later time, and I was doing my own search with a group of people.
Okay. And so, Your mother lives right here, right?
The one beside it right here,
Right.
that one,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, and so the cut through to get to to this little path is beside this house here, right?
Yes, that's a shed, yes.
Because it's fenced right here.
Yes, sir.
In the open. So you go past this little house and you cut this way and then you come up. Is that fair?
Yes, there's a trail that leads all the way back there.
And that trail, there are power lines overhead,
Mhm.
and it's fairly clear, you know,
Yes.
compared to the other sides.
Yes.
Okay, so, and you can go straight down that all the way to Henderson Mill.
Yes.
And so, when you came out there, the officer that you saw, he was somewhere near the clear area, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. I'm losing my voice, I always do this time of day. When you came, you went actually to the right of that path, is that right? At some point you went to the right?
Yeah, where the officer was standing, I had turned past him. I had walked past him in that direction.
And then you turned right.
Yes, I did, and I followed the wood trail all the way over there till I saw that other open area.
Now, the place where you found the bag.
For
if
sure.
you would have gone through on the other side on this other person's property, there's a much clearer area to
Yes.
get to it, is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
And actually, from Henderson Mill Road, there's like a very clear path to that little depression.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you're coming from this direction, you're gonna have to get through some woods and stuff to get to that. If you're going down the very open area, you're gonna have to go through some woods to get to the place where the bag was found.
Yes.
If you come the other way, on the other side of that wood line, you're gonna have to go through less woods, but some woods still to get to the area where the depression was, where the bag was.
Yes.
But if you're coming from Henderson Mill Road, from this way, you can almost see it. If you're coming from Henderson Mill Road, this little depression here, this little opening here, that's actually where the depression is, isn't it?
Yes.
And I think the man has his trash can sitting right there in front of where that opening is.
Yeah, it wasn't far from his driveway. It was
Right.
very close to it.
And so from his trash can, if his trash can was in this little opening here, it's maybe 20 feet to the depression where the bag was found.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. That's it, thank you.
Thank you.
Ross,
No questions, thank you, ma'am.
Mrs. Stone, you may step down. Short witness, brief witness, or?
I do.
Okay. Then I'll ask you, call your next witness.
State calls Timothy Dickerson.
Now, if the Adam Montgomery case trial puts witnesses through as fast as these guys have done today, then they'll blow through 55 witnesses. If they don't, we'll be okay for March. But if they don't, we won't be okay for March. We're gonna have to get it figured out. Because these guys have gone through a lot of witnesses today.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to present in the matter now pending before this jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat. Please introduce yourself to the members of the jury.
Sergeant Timothy Dickerson,
Where are you employed, sir?
Newton County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been employed at the sheriff's office?
14 years.
And what is your rank?
Sergeant,
What are your current assignments?
Patrol Division.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention back to October the 8th of 2017. Did you have the occasion on that day to respond over in the area of Henderson Mill?
I did.
Now, previous to that day, had you been aware of what had taken place the day before over in the Eagle Point Mobile Home Park?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you in fact respond to that park?
I did.
And were you familiar then with this ongoing search that was taking place not only by deputies but also by members of the community for baby Caliyah?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, on October the 8th, when you responded to Henderson Mill Road, were you meeting with other law enforcement officers or with civilian citizens?
I was meeting Corporal Kent with the Sheriff's Office, who was in turn meeting with civilians at that location.
And why did you go to that area?
Corporal Kent had received information that citizens searching the area had located a camouflage jacket located just inside of a wood line off of a power line easement.
Okay. Now, I suspect that they thought this jacket was somehow related to the baby that was missing?
Yes, ma'am. Underneath the jacket was drug paraphernalia.
Okay. And when you say drug paraphernalia, generally, can you describe what that means?
There were some wrapping papers generally used for rolling marijuana cigarettes. It was also a hookah type pipe, other various things. That's
Okay.
the two biggest things I remember.
Now, did you pick up those items, or what did you do with them?
We called for crime scene specialist Mickey Kitchens to be en route to collect those items.
Now, did you make a report about this response that you made?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that report, did you describe where these items were found in relation to the wood line?
Yes, ma'am. They were approximately 5 foot into the wood line off of this power line easement that runs from Henderson Mill Road to the back of the trailer park.
Okay. So if you were traveling from the trailer park down the power line easement and you were heading towards Henderson Mill Road, were the items found 5 foot to the left into the woods or 5 foot to the right?
To the right.
Okay. And you indicated that y'all called Mickey Kitchens to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is he again?
He is our crime scene specialist. He's
Sounds like a mob boss.
normally he'll come out and he'll photograph the scenes and then he'll collect the evidence.
Okay. And did you allow any of these citizens to continue to look at the items or touch them or move them around?
No, ma'am.
Did you keep them as much as possible in the state in which they were found?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point after that, did you get notified by other citizens that there was something else discovered nearby?
Yes, ma'am. Two boys had came back through the wood line and advised me that they had found a bag not far from where I was located. I left Corporal Kent with the jacket and paraphernalia, and I went and followed them to the bag.
Okay. And when you got to that area, what did you observe?
There was a depression in the ground, and on one end of it there was a large root, and then under it was a hole. Inside of that hole was a blue drawstring bag.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 49. Through 54. All right. If you can take a look at States 49 through 54 and tell me if you recognize these.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize these?
The first one is the camouflage jacket, and then the other one is the other ones are the bag that I've located.
Do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the items that these groups of citizens pointed out to you and Deputy Kent there in the wood line on October the 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to offer State's Exhibit number 49 through 54 into evidence?
Each is submitted without objection.
Now, Publishing Judge, can you hit clear? There's a button on your, okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 49. And can you tell us what's depicted in State's 49?
That is the camouflage jacket.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 50. Can you tell us what's depicted in this photograph?
Believe that is still the jacket.
Agree.
There we go.
Yes, ma'am, that is still
There
the
we go.
camouflage jacket.
And once that item was lifted, I believe you indicated that there was some type of paraphernalia under there. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 51. Does that depict what you were talking about?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And are
Oh,
those
good for
items
them.
there that are in this photograph, are those ones that you described as a hookah and rolling papers?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll show you State's Exhibit number 52. Is this photograph, again, of those items that you were talking about?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
State's Exhibit number 53. Can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit number 53?
That is the bag inside the hole underneath the root.
And again, can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit number 54?
That's another photo of the bag.
Oh, was she in there?
When this bag was located, had anybody picked it up to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
And when you arrived, I guess you left,
I left.
did you leave Corporal Kent with
Yes,
the
ma'am.
camouflage jacket?
I did.
And then you went over to where this bag was?
I did.
How many citizens roughly were there gathered around this area?
I could see 4 or 5 from where I was at, but I know there were more through the woods that I didn't see.
And did you stand by this bag until Crime Scene Investigator Mickey Kitchens arrived?
No, ma'am, not initially. Start off with, I used my index finger and my thumbs and pulled open, and I could see clothing objects inside of it. And when I was doing so, I kind of pulled like that with it, and I could tell it had some weight to it. And at that point, I told Corporal Kent that I needed Crime Scene Specialist Kitchens to come to where I was at.
And when
Dang
you said
it.
that there was some weight to it,
We don't.
how
don't
heavy
have
was
to.
that? Could you describe?
About 5 or
I could
6
tell it was heavier
pounds.
than the clothing items that I could see, but I didn't pull on it hard enough to tell its exact weight.
And what did you believe that was found there? Or did you know?
I thought it could have possibly been Caitlin.
Not Caitlin.
Caliyah.
Caliyah.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 57. Can you tell us what's depicted in 57?
That's the bag again, and a piece of cloth inside of it.
Okay. And would that have been similar to the view that you would have seen when you opened the bag?
Yes, ma'am, similar.
Okay. And were you present when Investigator Kitchens arrived on scene to open the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you observe him remove some of those clothing items that you described from the bag?
Yes, ma'am. I watched him take each item out individually and photograph it until he got to the very bottom item in the bag.
Okay. Your Honor, now for State's 57 into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
So I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit number 57, and can you tell us again what's depicted there?
That is the bag with a clothing item, I believe, that I'm looking at.
Did that bag appear to have been there for a very long period of time?
No, ma'am. It had rained the night before.
Yeah, we're not going to see that one. Which is fine. Not complaining at all. Yikes. See if they come back. They do not. All right, so we've answered the question of if we're going to see any pictures, which I didn't believe we were going to. So you couldn't see the first picture that had the bag. You couldn't see anything in there. So that's okay. Like they kept describing the bag that she was in. So yeah. So that's that. All righty. I can't. Why do they end like that? All right. So we will pick this up on Wednesday at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. I want to thank all of you who have liked and subscribed. You got me to 500 subscribers last time I looked. So thank you so much. Rumble, it's your turn. I see you guys over there. You got some catching up to do. So, yeah, I am just so grateful for everybody. And if you haven't hit the like button today, please do so. And that is it for today. It wasn't too rough. It wasn't horrible. We've got some rough days ahead. So if you weren't here this morning, my plan is to do this trial. Adam Montgomery's jury selection is supposed to start next week. And I don't know if they'll start next week trial or if they'll start the following week. If I can get that one in before March 7th, probably not even March 7th, the Franklin Tucker trial is going to go again as of now. So I believe that will probably be, it'll be sometime after the 7th because the 7th is their last pretrial date and then the judge wants to go. He wants to get this case over with. That's if the prosecutors hang on and want to try to prosecute this thing again. So, but I want to see it through. So I'm hoping that we can do this, Adam Montgomery, Franklin Tucker, and then who knows. We're going to be coming up on Sarah Boone one of these years. I keep hearing about it. So I don't even try to even pay attention to trial dates anymore with her. But okay, I'm going to go. You guys have a great night. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. And again, I will see you guys Wednesday, 10:30 a.m. and Eastern time. And we'll pick up day 2. Have a good rest of your night. My dog's starting to howl. Time for me to go is what they're saying. All right, you guys, enjoy the rest of your day.